Chapter 1429. The temperament of evil spirits was mostly manifested in two types. One was violent and crazy, and the other was sinister and cunning. No matter how the blood-starred devil monarch usually behaved at this moment, he was displaying the fiery temper of a demon from the netherworld. The Vine Sovereign attempted to break free from his suppression from within. Yu Jinbei, Nie Jingshan, and Yu Yi attacked from the outside. After the great devil regained control of his body with the help of the external ritual, he immediately tried to kill the Vine Sovereign. Yu Jinbei's sword light split up and instantly multiplied from 1 to 10,000. They pierced towards the colorful stars in front of him from all directions. After the sword light pierced into the other party's body, the blood-starred devil monarch's strength instantly slowed down and even came to a stop. Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi walked forward side by side. They brandished their swords towards the center of the star in an attempt to work together to save the Vine Sovereign. The demon gave out a heaven-shocking roar. After going berserk, his emotions slowly calmed down. However, it was so calm and cold that it made people tremble. "Let's die together." Amidst the terrifying sound, the multicolored streams of light around the star burst out in reverse and began to gush in all directions. Countless rays of light shot towards Yu Jinbei, and the others like sharp arrows. At this moment, the great devil that was injured by the domain of Thousand Scales power seemed to have regained the dignity of a grand, virtual devil monarch expert. The sonorous voice of the great Tao even began to ring in everyone's ears. Yu Jinbei inhaled lightly. The myriad of sword lights retracted and condensed on his body. Then he slashed with his sword. As he slashed out with his sword, Yu Jinbei's figure became erratic. It was as if he was simultaneously existing in countless space-time and in various locations. Yu Jinbei, who didn't understand the prime clear immortal trapping sword, could use the jade illusory heaven-opening sword to split open the heavens and earth and change the chi of creation. It was comparable to a prime clear profound immortal's highest attainment in the immortal trapping sword. Yu Jinbei, who seemed to be everywhere, intercepted the rain-like streams of five-colored lights, causing them to be unable to threaten the others. The blood-starred devil monarch's fatal attack was neutralized by Yu Jinbei's attack and defense. However, after the multicolored streams of light dissipated, only darkness remained where the stars had been. The darkness silently expanded, turning into a chaotic whole that devoured everything in its surroundings. The distorted space-time and stars couldn't resist the power of the barrier, destroying everything in the surroundings. The Vine Sovereign and Yu Yi were prime clear sword cultivators who had already pushed open the immortal door and were proficient in the variations of the immortal trapping sword space-time. Even they couldn't withstand it. Nie Jingshan, Yu Yi, and the heavily wounded Vine Sovereign's figures involuntarily entered the black hole. Jingshan and Yu Jinbei are trapped inside. Although it's hard to predict their whereabouts, there's a high chance that they're still alive. Yu Jinbei swept his gaze around. Li Ziding's injuries are too severe. If he falls inside without anyone to protect him, he'll definitely die. As his thoughts reached there, Yu Jinbei said with a deep voice, "Jingshan, the two of you support each other. Don't get separated. Be careful." As for himself, he rushed toward the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. The sword edge in his right hand sliced open the edge of the chaotic hole, dispelling the distorted changes in space-time. Meanwhile, his left hand grabbed toward Li Ying. Yu Yi, who could barely defend herself and couldn't approach the Vine Sovereign, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Nie Jingshan, who was with her, also said, "Master, don't worry. Don't worry about us." However, at this moment, the heavily injured Vine Sovereign widened her eyes and glared at Yu Jinbei. "Yu Jinbei, I'd rather die than accept your kindness." Her complexion turned even paler. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and wounds appeared all over her body. However, the Vine Sovereign's remaining strength gathered at a single point. She waved her palm and clashed against Yu Jinbei's left hand. Bang! Both parties clashed in midair. As the two palms clashed, the Vine Sovereign accelerated and fell into the chaotic hole. Yu Jinbei's figure paused in midair. He wanted to grab hold of the Vine Sovereign, but it was already impossible. Ancestral Granny! Yu Ye's face turned pale, with fright. She wanted to struggle forward, but her figure was already sucked into the other corner of the chaotic hole. Nie Jingshan was similarly shocked, but he was also sucked into the same chaotic hole, vanishing together with Yu Yi. Yu Jinbei couldn't be bothered with the two juniors. His will was firm and unyielding. Although he suffered a setback, he still accelerated and rushed toward the Vine Sovereign. Unfortunately, the Vine Sovereign's injuries were too severe. As soon as she fell into the chaotic hole, her body was torn apart by the intertwining power of the world barrier. A pained expression appeared on her face. However, she didn't feel any remorse. Instead, she glared at Yu Jinbei. Then, her body was completely torn apart and devoured by the chaotic hole. Then, she was further crushed by the chaotic hole, and not even her bones remained. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who lived before the Great Calamity and established the roving Jade Heaven's lineage, had perished here. Yu Jinbei couldn't catch up to her in time. Seeing this scene, his expression sank. In the next instant, his figure was dragged into the chaotic hole as well, and he vanished from sight. The colossal chaotic hole crazily devoured all existences within the surrounding void. After a long while, the chaotic hole gradually shrunk and disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Not many traces were left behind, telling everyone that a short yet intense battle had just taken place here. On the other side of the void, within the domain of Thousand Scales universe, the battle had also reached its climax. The 9 underworlds attempted to use the Vine Sovereign to shake the Prime Clear lineage's successors. However, Gao Qingxian and Taoist Cloud Conquest, who were already aware of Yan Zhaoge's arrangements, remained unmoved. Although they weren't completely devoid of worries, they maintained their composure and focused on dealing with the opponents in front of them. Yan Zhaoge sent the Blood Star Devil Monarch and the Vine Sovereign away with the star-shooting crossbow. Meanwhile, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation erected by Yan Di and the others didn't waver. They firmly guarded the domain of Thousand Scales, preventing the evil devils from entering. Just hold on for a little longer. While Yan Zhaoge remained vigilant against the opponents in front of him, he was also secretly paying attention to Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Based on the two's situation, he calculated the time in his heart. The dawn of success was slowly appearing before his eyes. However, at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared within the universe. The horrifying power started tearing apart the devilish domain created by the grand heavenly-level Devil Lord, Feng Yunsheng, and the Devil Lord noticed the arrival of a third party. Demonic qi overflowed and filled the entire sky. A great sage of the demon clan had arrived. Other than that, there were other demon race experts as well. A profound yet ferocious growl resounded throughout the universe. The indescribable and unfathomable syllables vibrated, and a tyrannical power simultaneously enveloped Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord. 9 heads, you're here to spoil my 9 underworlds plans as well, roared the Devil Lord furiously. A crack opened within the dark devilish domain against the ferocious devilish qi. Surging demonic qi seeped in through the crack. One after another, great demons rushed in. Yan Zhaoge took a closer look, and his heart sank. They were all familiar faces. Jade Rabbit Demon, White Deer Demon, Dragon King Huanshan, while the 9 underworlds were the public enemy, Yin Zhaoga, and the others couldn't be optimistic when facing the group of great demons. Chapter 1430. After the group of great demons appeared, they did not speak much. Instead of attacking the 9 underworld's devils, they charged towards the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation and the domain of Thousand Scales. With more than one demon race small saint equivalent to a grand virtual immortal attacking together, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation's pressure increased tremendously. Such a scene left the group of devils slightly surprised. However, that was not the most terrifying part. The domineering power that enveloped the void also began to descend, pressuring Feng Yunsheng and the Devil Lord, attempting to break through the encirclement. The devilish blue-black flames in Feng Yunsheng's eyes had already become extremely intense. The more intense the flames, the colder they became. The scene before her eyes became clearer. The newcomer stood upright like a human, donning armor and a silver helmet. He held a crescent spade in his hand, and his voice was like the cry of a crane. From afar, there was only one head and one face. But up close, there were people everywhere. There were eyes in front, eyes behind, and eyes everywhere. There were also mouths to the left and right. Feng Yunsheng had never interacted with him before, but had heard of him. During the middle journey to the West Era, he was a famous great demon known as the 9-headed bug. Although he was called the 9-headed bug, he was not a snake, but a winged bug. In terms of foundation, he was the legendary 9-phoenix divine bird, Ghost Chariot, also known as the 9-headed bird. He was one of the famous great sages of the demon race that once caused a huge commotion and occupied a part of the world. He was known as the 9-headed great sage. During the middle journey to the West Era, the demon race and Buddhism fought for fortune. A total of 36 great sages and 72 small saints were ordered by the Eastern sovereign to set up a formation. This 9-headed bug was one of the 36 great sages. At that time, even traveling monk Sun could not win against him. Only with the help of Taoism's peak bigwig, the clear origin true monarch Yang Jian, did they manage to injure him. Although Yang Jian was known as a true monarch, his cultivation had long reached the grand heavenly realm. It was just that he spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion and did not possess the title of Heavenly Lord. However, in terms of cultivation, Yang Jian was the true number 1 of the Jade Clear lineage's 3rd-generation disciples. After ascending to the grand heavenly realm, he surpassed many seniors. During the middle journey to the West Era, he rarely made a move. Most of them only saw him for a brief moment, causing everyone to praise him and praise him as an elite amongst the grand heavenly immortals. The 9-headed bug was injured by his hands, and one of its 9 heads was destroyed. Most people thought that it was more dead than alive. However, the 9-headed great sage was also tenacious and managed to escape with his life. After that, he escaped into the Astro Mountains' starry seas and recuperated and survived until today. Previously, when the roving Jade Heavens had moved into the Pill Hall, a group of demons had invaded. Back then, great immortal Ru-I Fuluazi, 100-eyed demon monarch, and the other demons were backed by the great sage who pacifies heaven's bull demon king, and this 9-headed great sage. They worked together to hold back the Taoism heavenly lords. While they had not met Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others, they had still heard some rumors afterwards. In addition to being cautious, he naturally had to understand more about this 9-headed bug. Feng Yunsheng knew who he was the moment she saw him. It was precisely because she knew who he was that Feng Yunsheng's heart sank slightly. There was a difference in strength between grand heavenly realm experts as well. Compared to the demon lord she had just fought, this 9-headed bug was clearly much stronger. As he waved the crescent moon spade in his hand, two crescent saber lights separated from the center and swept towards both sides. It forced Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord to defend against it. The nine-headed bug took advantage of the situation and squeezed into the devilish domain. The crescent moon spade spun in his hand, causing chilly winds to blow. In the eyes of others other than Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord, they only saw boundless white lights descending from above, separating the dark, devilish domain and occupying the void above their heads. The white lights split into two and swept towards both sides, clashing against the blue-black devilish flames and the black-red underworld thunder, respectively. As the white lights split apart, a formless yet horrifying astral wind swept across the void like a saber's edge that could slash through the universe. Everyone at the periphery, no matter if they were demons or devils, retreated and avoided it. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation protecting the domain of Thousand Scales couldn't avoid it. Under the astral wind's attack, the formation's radiance instantly withered. The crescent moon spade in the nine-headed bug's hand danced. As the cold lights swept away Feng Yunsheng and the demon lord, astral winds continuously descended and finally shattered the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation into pieces. The spirit patterns above the heads of Yen Di and the other three instantly shattered. The aftershock of the gale didn't stop there, and it transformed into a myriad of wind blades that sliced this space into pieces. Gao Qingxian and Ling Qing took the initiative to step forward and block the attacks for Yen Di, Long Xingquan, and Daoist Cloud Conquest. However, as a result, the pressure on the two of them was especially great. They let out muffled groans as they both fell backwards. As the number of enemies increased, the pressure on the Tai Imperial Breaking Array increased. It was already in imminent danger. Now that their formation had been broken, Yen Di and the others were hard-pressed to deal with, the situation instantly becoming even more perilous. Upon seeing this, the blissful demon monarch and the other demons of the netherworld, as well as the white deer demon and the other great demons, rushed forward. Yen Zhaoga's expression was solemn. With the later earth text in his hand, he prepared to face the enemy. However, the white deer demon, jade rabbit demon, and the other great demons weren't targeting him. Instead, they were attacking the domain of Thousand Scales. No matter if it was Yen Zhaoga's group or the group of 9 Underworld's devils, they were all slightly stunned. It seemed like the demon race wasn't here to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, their target would still be the current owner of the pill hall, Yen Zhaoga. However, if they wanted to help the 9 Underworlds, even the group of infernal devils would be surprised. Although the 9 Underworlds were the public enemy, there were cases of other forces working together with the 9 Underworlds in history. However, the 9 Underworlds were helping the Water Devil's reincarnation this time. The demon race obviously didn't have any reason to help them. Moreover, there were no signs of this happening at all. The group of devils also didn't hear about the demon race working together with them. The 9-headed great sage was even suppressing both the Taoists and devils' forces by himself. They want to kill the Astro Sovereign and Senior Chu. After the initial shock, Yen Zhaoga immediately reacted. The white deer demon and the others' targets were also Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily. However, they wanted to kill the Water Devil's reincarnation bodies, the Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily. Moreover, regardless of whether they had succumbed to the devils or not, they wanted to kill them both to prevent any future troubles. To Yen Zhaoga and the others, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily were the same. They were old friends. The reason why they planned and prepared for so many years was to remove the devilish seal and seal the Water Devil's reincarnation path while protecting the two. However, the demon race didn't care about Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily's lives. If they could kill them both, then everything would be settled. The water devil would lose his chance to reincarnate within a short period of time. If he wanted to wait for a suitable reincarnation body who knew how long it would take, it might happen in an instant, or it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The blissful devil monarch and the other devils quickly noticed the demon race's intentions. They couldn't help but feel anxious and furious. They started madly rushing towards the domain of thousand scales without caring about the consequences. The domain of thousand scales was effective against the infernal devils. It blocked their path, but it couldn't stop the group of great demons. A few demon race small saints took the lead and broke through the flickering streams of lights, pouncing towards the sphere surrounded by the streams of lights. Chapter 1431. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was currently operating at full force, helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili in suppressing the devilish intent. 81 light circles of the same size with the same center rotated in different directions, trajectories, and speeds. As they rotated, rays of light shrouded Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's bodies, playing an important role. However, taking advantage of the fact that the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation was being pressured by the nine-headed Great Sage, the group of great demons rushed past the defensive perimeter of the Land of Thousand Scales and arrived before the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. They mustered their demonic powers and attacked the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. The group of demons didn't mind the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual being destroyed, as it would give the 9 underworld's evil devils a chance. After all, before that, they would first destroy Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili along with this strange ritual. Yan Zhaoge looked at them, and a scroll appeared in his hand. With a thought, rays of radiance extended in all directions, spreading out endlessly. A heavy feeling arose, and the radiance condensed into a seal, projecting a blurry silhouette above Yan Zhaoge's head. The silhouette was extremely tall, as if it was bearing the weight of the heavens. It was majestic and boundless, wielding the profundities of the myriad existences and the rotation of yin and yang. In the next moment, 9 thick pillars of light rose from the ground like pillars. 7 clumps of light that were neither bright nor dark descended. Although they seemed radiant at first, they were actually dark. As the formations circulated, an incomparably heavy and condensed power and an abundance of vitality simultaneously manifested. The formation patterns were interconnected, forming a single entity. As the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation supported by the later Earth text was erected, the group of demons instantly felt their bodies becoming heavier. Every single movement they made seemed to be bearing boundless pressure, causing their speed of approaching the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual to slow down. Under the influence of the formation, they could even feel their demonic powers circulating becoming sluggish. The Earth Goddesses, Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation, the old white deer, was startled. After pondering for a moment, he rolled on the ground and revealed his true form. A snow-white cicada spread its forehooves and walked within the formation. Its speed became faster and faster, and it was almost running. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that beneath the feet of that old white deer, similarly a dim yellow luster could vaguely be seen, leaving behind a series of hoofprints as it galloped. In the past, Lord Longevity God was familiar with the Earth Queen's earthly god, and this old deer often paid his respects to him. He was very familiar with this Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation. At the same time, the technique he cultivated was also proficient in the transformation of the earth and earth elements. Now that they were running, the suppressive power of the array immediately weakened. The other great demons also gradually recovered their vitality. However, with such a delay, Yan Di Gao Qingxian, and the others immediately caught up and intercepted the advancing demon race. Go! When the Jade Rabbit Demon, Dragon King Huanchen, and the other great demons saw this, they shouted in unison. They circulated their demonic energy and struck the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. For a moment, the void was filled with colorful ribbons, but it was filled with the aura of destruction. Yan Zhaoga knit his brows tightly, a grave look appearing on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual immediately changed. The 81 halos that were constantly revolving like the orbit of the stars stopped and converged. The ritual was no longer in the form of a transparent ball of light. Instead, it turned back into a solid metal ball. The metal ball's entire body was jet black and shiny. Its surface was smooth, and it was a single entity. It floated heavily within the void. When the demon race's first wave of attacks landed on the metal ball, it instantly left behind many cracks or holes on its smooth surface. However, while the metal ball was forced to slide backwards and was filled with injuries, it didn't shatter into pieces. While the great demon's attacks were ferocious and left behind many marks, none of them managed to penetrate through the metal ball or harm its core. Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili, who were within it, remained unharmed. Under the guidance of Yan Zhaoga, Chen Xuanzong, and the others, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual was refined by Feng Yunsheng, who had already reached the virtual immortal realm. Countless precious treasures were used to refine it. While it was intricate, it was also extremely sturdy. Her hard work finally paid off. Despite facing the White Deer Demon and the other demon race small saints' attacks, the ritual wasn't completely destroyed. Only, this was a treasure that was used to fight against others. Although it managed to transform into a metal ball to defend itself, it still couldn't withstand the enemy's attacks. After suffering a few more attacks, it wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. What's worse was that the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual had transformed back into a metal ball in order to defend against the attacks. Within the metal ball, Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili's figures trembled. The domain of thousand scales was damaged, causing the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual to stop. The devilish intent that had already lost 90% of its original strength started retaliating, returning back into their bodies. Chen Xuanzong's expression turned serious. He calmed his mind and attempted to suppress the water devil's counterattack. However, at that moment, the 5-colored clouds enveloped him and Chu Lili once again. Under the heart devil's influence, Chen Xuanzong was instantly affected. The water devil seized the opportunity to reclaim his lost territory. His speed was unimaginably fast. Yan Zhaoga, Chen Xuanzong, and the others purged the devilish intent using the water devil's revival. Both sides were fighting for a chance, and the stronger one would emerge victorious. The closer one side was to success, the closer the other side was to failure. However, if the tides of victory and defeat were reversed, the original loser would be the closest to success. A layer of dark, thin ice started appearing on the surface of Chen Xuanzong's body, flickering with ice-blue radiance. The area between his brows split open again, and a monstrous devilish intent manifested from within. It was unprecedentedly powerful, as if the water devil was only a step away from descending upon the human realm. Yan Zhaoga and the others outside of the metal ball were also facing a mountain-like threat. Yan Di and the others caught up to the group of demons and stopped them from destroying the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual any further. As the White Deer Demon evaded Yan Di and the others' attacks, he couldn't continue affecting the Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation. The formation's power manifested once again, causing the group of demons to have a hard time moving forward. However, at the same time, the blissful devil monarch and the other infernal devils attempted to cross the domain of thousand scales and kill their way towards the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Seeing the Yin Yang Nine Splendor Seven Treasures array formation obstructing their path, the blissful devil monarch, who was proficient in formations, took the lead and led the way for the group of devils. Although their goals were different, the group of 9 underworld's devils and the group of mountain and sea devils were all rushing towards Yen Zhaoga and the others. For a moment, the group of devilish qi blotted out the skies. Their aura was horrifying, as if it was an irreversible wave. However, at that moment, a cold radiance shot out from Yen Zhaoga's eyes. "Rise!" As his voice thundered, the streams of pulsating light in the domain of thousand scales suddenly erupted together. Like a fish leaping out of the water and falling back down, the endless streams of lights gushed out. They only leaped up and never fell back down. Streams of light soared into the sky, resembling light dragons that soared towards all directions of the void. Thousand Scales leaping dragon gate. The myriad of scaled fishes transformed into dragons traversed through the boundless void and fled far away, never to return. The entire domain of thousand scales ceased to exist. Even the devilish domain that enveloped the void was riddled with holes. The devilish domain that was already destroyed by the 9-headed great sage was completely torn apart and vanished into thin air. As for the blissful devil monarch and the other great devils, they were caught off guard and were forced to face the soaring dragons at close range. Their bodies were pierced through by the light dragons. Their limbs were torn off by the light dragons. Their heads were bitten off by the light dragons. The group of devils was originally dancing around. However, they were now devoured by the soaring dragons. Chapter 1432. In order to destroy the Yin Yang Nine Splendor Seven Treasures formation, the blissful devil monarch was the first to be attacked by the thousand scales leaping through the dragon gate. The domain of thousand scales restrains the 9 underworlds. It's not surprising that it has existed since ancient times. It's just that it's rare and hard to find. However, I've never heard of such a transformation happening in the domain of thousand scales. Unable to dodge in time, the blissful devil monarch could only release layers of demonic aura, forming 2 devil statues that seemed to be hugging each other. The red and black nebula expanded outwards with him as the center. However, the domain of thousand scales devil-destroying power was unleashed to the maximum by the millions of light dragons. The domain of thousand scales had a suppressive effect against the 9 underworld's evil devils to begin with. Now that the carp had leapt over the dragon's gate, it didn't hold back at all and burned with all its might, dealing a devastating blow to the evil devils. The light dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the red and black nebula. The hugging demon statue was crushed, while the blissful demon monarch's body was pierced by the dragons and torn into pieces. The ancient demon monarch was beheaded just like that, under the effects of the domain of thousand scales' unique devil-destroying power. It would be extremely difficult for devils to be reborn through the 9 underworlds after they perished. It wasn't just the blissful devil monarch, the 4-headed and 4-armed devil monarch, the devil monarch born from the demonic ape's descent into the 9 underworlds, and the other great devils were all drowned by the tsunami of light dragons. As they rushed over together, they were completely within the domain of thousand scales. Now that the domain of thousand scales had been destroyed, all the great devils had perished. The few people at the outermost perimeter thanked the heavens and the earth for being too slow and hurriedly turned around to escape. However, the dragons danced in the air, and the domineering light scattered in all directions, shuttling through the void. Soon, they caught up to the great demons who were trying to escape and killed or crippled them. In the end, less than 1 out of 10 lucky survivors survived. the entire universe instantly turned into a bloody battlefield. However, it wasn't a battlefield for humans, but a battlefield for demons. The demonic aura that had previously enveloped this place was instantly cleared. The grand heavenly realm devil, Lord, wanted to stop Yen Zhaoge. However, he was restrained by the nine-headed bug previously. When Yen Zhaoge made his move, Feng Yinsheng had purposely stopped him. As a result, the domain of Thousand Scales completely exploded, burying all the great devils that were attacking it. Although the light dragons that filled the sky had no effect on the demon clan, they were still extremely ferocious and caused the great demons to slow down. Without the devil monarchs and the numerous evil devils attacking together, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the other situation immediately improved. Now that they only had to deal with the demons, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They regained their footing and completely blocked the group of demons, making it difficult for them to approach the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath, his expression still stern. He wielded the domain of Thousand Scales and produced all sorts of transformations. Thousand Scales leaping through the Dragon Gate was his final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to use this move. That's because the domain of Thousand Scales wasn't just defending against the devil's attacks. It was also helping Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lili to suppress the water devil. Once the domain of Thousand Scales erupted with its full strength, it was incinerated to nothingness. Yen Zhaoge's mind was suddenly emptied, and his exhaustion was intense. The tiredness almost made him want to fall asleep. Yen Zhaoge forced himself to stay awake. He didn't even bother stabilizing the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation. Instead, he hurriedly activated the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual again. The metallic sphere, which had many cracks on its surface, radiated with radiance once again and became transparent. 81 halos of light appeared once again, revolving rapidly. However, at that moment, vigorous devilish chi erupted from the center of the halos. Its aura wasn't comparable to the grand, heavenly realm devil lord outside. In fact, it might not even be comparable to some grand, virtual realm devil monarchs. However, it revealed a frightening concept that caused people to tremble in fear, causing them to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. It was the same horrifying aura as the Heart Devil, the Wood Devil, and other top-notch devils. Ice-blue devilish radiances permeated the surroundings, becoming more and more intense. They started expanding towards the surroundings, as if they were going to fill up the entire chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Oh no! Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' hearts sank. During the most crucial moment, the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was disrupted by the demon race. Then, the domain of Thousand Scales was blown up in order to stop the devil's attacks. Without these two types of assistance, Chen Xuanzong could no longer defeat the water devil. The battle between the two was only a single step away. Yen Zhaoge and the others had painstakingly obtained an advantage. Chen Xuanzong had been working hard for a long time and was only a step away from success. However, if an accident were to happen, and the water devil managed to regain the upper hand, the water devil would be just as close to success as Chen Xuanzong was to success previously. All the hard work he had put in previously had now gone to Gui Shui Demon. At this moment, the water devil had already taken the final step. Chen Xuanzong couldn't escape from the fate of becoming the water devil's reincarnation. The ice-cold aura spread endlessly. The water devil's reincarnation this time was still the ice devil, just like Chu Heng in the past. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed great sage's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. His figure approached the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. Regardless of whether the 9 underworlds succeeded or not, Regardless of whether it was a reincarnated human or the water devil, he just wanted to kill the opponent. It didn't matter if the opponent was a human or a devil. The grand heavenly realm devil lord was originally frustrated by the sudden appearance of the thousand scales leaping dragon gate. When he felt the ice-cold aura, he was overjoyed. He immediately used his full strength to obstruct the nine-headed bug. Although Feng Yunsheng also obstructed the nine-headed bug, worry appeared within her ice-cold eyes. She looked towards the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual that was flickering. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned solemn, and he used his mind to communicate with the ritual. Although cracks could be seen on the halo from time to time, the powerful devil-suppressing power was still taking effect. Under the suppression of the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual, the ice-blue radiance temporarily calmed down, as if it had transformed from a formless radiance into a tangible ice. Within the ice crystal, the devilish pattern on Chen Xuanzong's forehead had already disappeared. However, his gaze wasn't as calm as before. Instead, it was filled with ice-cold darkness, and malice was hidden within. Those weren't the exalted water luminary's eyes anymore. Instead, they belonged to the ice devil. However, under the illumination of the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual, his gaze flickered slightly. As if the ice layer had been defrosted, Chen Xuanzong's expression was filled with struggle. His gaze wasn't calm anymore, and it was filled with waves of shock. The final step has already been taken. You can no longer turn the situation around like how I did just now. Chen Xuanzong spoke. His tone was weird and calm. This round, I've won. He raised his head and looked at the 81 halos. This ritual is merely preserving the last bit of your soul's will. It can no longer suppress me. After all, he had already returned to this world. To me, the problem I'm facing now is how to leave this place. I don't want to die in the hands of these demon race and perish right after I was reborn. Chen Xuanzong said coldly, or should I let you people kill this reincarnation of mine and send me back to perishment? Chapter 1433. The nine-headed great sage tried to get closer. Feng Yunsheng and the demon, who were fighting intensely, joined hands to block his path. The other demons also continued to attack the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual. Now that the water devil had transformed into the ice devil, it seemed like he had successfully revived. However, his reincarnation body, Chen Xuanzong, was still a profound immortal. Therefore, the current ice devil was not an outstanding figure among the neutral grand, heavenly fiend celestial sovereigns. He was one of the 12 devilish gods that looked down upon the universe. Due to Chen Xuanzong being at the peak of the profound immortal realm, he would be able to achieve the 5 Qis unification almost immediately. However, for the great demons, it was still within the range of what they could grit their teeth and endure, especially because of the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual. Ice Devil couldn't immediately enter the great virtual realm. He was still at the tranquil, profound, immortal realm. Ling Qing, Gao Qingxian, and Taoist Cloud Conquest's gazes uncontrollably landed on Chen Xuanzong. The gazes of the three of them turned deep and serene. If a person really fell to the devil, then there was no turning back. A devil was a devil, no longer a human. Even though his appearance, voice, habits, and even memories remained the same, but that was a completely different existence. The exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong, no longer existed. The one that remained in this world was the ice demon, Chen Xuanzong. To the demon race, regardless of whether they had turned into devils or not, they still intended to kill Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily. To Gao Qingxian and the others, Chen Xuanzong, who could seal the water devil, was worthy of their assistance. However, if the removal of the devilish intent failed, Chen Xuanzong would eventually fall into the devilish path, and become the new water devil's incarnation. By then, their standpoint would be the same as the demon race. Just like how Yan Xintang killed the sword devil, Yin Shiyang, and how Chen Xuanzong killed the previous ice devil, Chu Heng. Long Xingquan also frowned. He raised his head to look at Yen Zhaoge. Block these demons and stall for time. There will be a chance to turn things around. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he kept the later earth text and entered the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. Everyone looked at each other. Feng Yunsheng took a deep breath, and the expression on her face disappeared. Her eyes were calm, and she began to focus on stopping the nine-headed bug. On the other hand, the grand heavenly realm devil lord was doubtful. Hearing his words, Yen Di similarly did not utter a sound, only using his actions to express his stance. He slashed at the white deer demon. After pondering for a moment, Gao Qingxian and the others finally decided to continue blocking the demon race's attack. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, watched this scene silently. Now, the development of the situation had already exceeded the scope of their control. In other words, the situation was already out of their control. It was heading towards the worst possible outcome. The water demon would be reborn, and Chen Xuanzong or Chu Lili would still end up becoming a demon. Continuing to protect Chen Xuanzong would only be futile. In fact, it would even give Chen Xuanzong, who had already turned into the Ice Devil, more opportunities to escape back to the 9 underworlds. In Ling Qing's eyes, such actions would be equivalent to losing one's rationality and losing one's mind due to emotions. It would also mean that one wouldn't admit defeat and wasn't willing to face reality or the outcome of failure and was still struggling in vain. Most of the time, if one couldn't be decisive, it would end up harming others and oneself, leaving behind endless disasters. However, the one doing so was Yen Zhaoge. As such, Ling Qing couldn't make such a judgment. While she was in a very passive position, she was more willing to believe that Yen Zhaoge was hiding something from her. Now was the time to reveal the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Qing decided to take action. She continued blocking the demon race experts with Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others. Within the light sphere formed by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, Chen Xuanzong raised his head and coldly stared at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was similarly cold. He stared back at him. Ice Devil, this round isn't over yet. What a waste of effort. Chen Xuanzong said calmly. Indeed, we can't determine if I can leave this place alive. However, I've already won this round against you. Resurrecting from the 9 underworlds, neither dead nor alive, and descending upon this world once again. If I didn't win, why would Chu Lili wake up? As if to verify his words, Chu Lili's eyelashes fluttered slightly with her closed eyes at this moment. Then she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in a daze, as if she had just woken up from her slumber. At this moment, her appearance was the same as when Yen Zhaoge first met her. She no longer looked like she was surrounded by devilish qi. Even her devilish intent had been cleansed away. That was because the water demon already had another body that was more suitable for him to possess. Master. Chu Lili's gaze regained its focus, and she stared at Chen Xuanzong in a daze. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Surprise, happiness, longing, love, worry, fear. However, very quickly, everything turned into fear. You're not my master. Chen Xuanzong said calmly. Why not? Isn't Chu Heng your father? Chu Lili was stunned. Chu Heng is still your father, and I'm still your master. Chen Xuanzong said calmly. I'm still me. Only I used to be the Jade Clear's Chen Xuanzong. Now, I'm the Ice Devil's Chen Xuanzong. From the start, the two's thoughts seemed to have some differences. Now, the The differences had already disappeared, and their thoughts were starting to unify. Chu Lily looked at him and was speechless. She didn't know what to say. When she was living in seclusion in the roving jade heavens, she had been hoping to see the person in front of her again. After leaving the roving jade heavens, she endured the devilish, intense invasion. In the end, she fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds and lost her consciousness. Now that she had just woken up, the person she longed for was right in front of her. However, such a meeting was completely different from what she expected. Like I said, this round isn't over yet. At that moment, Yan Zhaoge suddenly took a step forward. Chen Xuanzong wanted to dodge. However, due to the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual's interference, he wasn't able to fully grasp this body. As such, he appeared extremely stiff and clumsy. Yan Zhaoge easily arrived in front of him and tapped on his brows. His strength seeped through and reached his Naiwan palace. You can't help him. Affected by this, Chen Xuanzong's thoughts seemed to have some differences. However, it didn't affect the overall situation at all. However, streams of chili cheese suddenly drilled out from Chen Xuanzong's brows. As they intertwined, they gradually formed a rune seal. This is your method? Help him draw out the seal that was buried within his body. Chen Xuanzong had an indifferent expression. His memories and everything he knows are now one with me. I know the function of this seal. Anti-devil countering seal. Chen Xuanzong's final trump card. If all his previous plans failed, and the water devil borrowed his body to reincarnate, Chen Xuanzong wouldn't need anyone to worry about him. So, your final method is still to perish together with me, said Chen Xuanzong coldly. Chapter 1434. Yan Zhaoge calmly looked at the Chen Xuanzong in front of him and said with an indifferent expression, "Since your memories are the same as Senior Chen's, you should know that this anti-devil countering rune was created by my wife and Senior Chen after studying it together." Chen Xuanzong stared at Yan Zhaoge. In other words, you didn't even tell him about the additional changes to the anti-devil countering rune. I didn't do that. Yan Zhaoge said plainly, only the world is ever-changing. Today's battle had many unexpected changes. Under the circumstances, I came up with some new ideas. Under Yan Zhaoge's stimulation, the anti-devil countering rune formed by the chili chi was engraved on the Danzhong acupoint on Chen Xuanzong's chest. Then, rays of blue radiances started surging on the surface of Chen Xuanzong's body. They continuously wandered around and finally gathered at the Danzhong acupoint. Within Chen Xuanzong's cold and silent eyes, radiances were still flickering and jumping about, which seemed extremely unstable. What does Lily plan to do? His eyes flickered and looked at Chu Lily. Chu Lily was startled. She looked at the familiar face with a complicated expression. Yet, it seemed extremely unfamiliar now. Although the radiances within Chen Xuanzong's pupils were flickering, his voice remained calm. Do you want to leave with me? To you, is it really important whether you join the devil's path or not? Chu Lily originally wanted to say something. However, after hearing this, she was shocked and pursed her lips as she looked at Chen Xuanzong. Lily, you resisted the devil's path because of my teachings. It's because you were taught by me and others. The other party's tone was extremely calm. Now, I've already entered the 9 underworlds. Aren't you going to follow me? Chu Lily lowered her head. You're no longer my master. You're the water devil. What you're saying now is merely trying to bewitch me in order to escape from death. Indeed, I'm trying to find a way to escape. The other party answered honestly. However, I'm not trying to bewitch you. I'm of the Jade, clear lineage, and I've received many favors. Now that I've joined the devil's path, I'm being looked down upon by my fellow Taoists, and they even want to kill me. This is only natural. However, what about you, Lily? Chu Lily raised her head and was met with a pair of deep eyes. You were confined in the back mountain of the Jade Sky Peak since you were a child. You were not allowed to go out and see anyone. You had no playmates and no childhood. Those who could get in touch with you were all watching you warily. After killing Chu Huan, the reason why you were kept in the world beyond worlds was to figure out the secrets of the 9 underworld's evil devils. Jade Clear, is there anything about Taoism that you are reluctant to part with? Chu Lily's lips moved, but in the end, she remained silent. She really did not have much nostalgia for the Tao sect. After all, there were only a few people he could come into contact with. And the person she cared about the most was right in front of her. So, what's wrong with leaving with me? The white-haired youth said calmly. Chu Lily took a deep breath and repeated word by word, "You are not master." Instead, it was to kill his enemy. Chun Xuanzong smiled plainly. "You're wrong. I am Chen Xuanzong, and Chen Xuanzong is me. I'm not just a mere shell." He lowered his head and looked at the rune on his chest that was getting clearer and bigger. "Everyone will change. I'm only making a change now. Lily, you can do it too. When you look at the world from a different perspective like me, you'll have a whole new feeling, involuntary change." Yen Zhaoge coldly interrupted him. Chun Xuanzong frowned and turned his head to look at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge said indifferently, "When a normal person falls to the devil, no matter what kind of inducement or coercion he goes through, he would still be the one taking the final step. However, it's different for a great devil's reincarnation. Other than voluntary, there's also the possibility of it being forcefully taken." Yen Zhaoge turned his head to look at Chu Lily. "If Senior Chu becomes the new Ice Devil, the Astro Sovereign will also use this anti-devil countering rune to transfer all the devilish intents onto himself and perish together with the Water Devil. After taking the final step, the devilish intents on your body should be eliminated quickly. Once the Water Devil perishes, once again, you won't have to worry about being harassed by the Water Devil anymore." She just had to be careful and not let the devils take advantage of her. The reason why Chu Lily was plagued by the devilish intents for thousands of years was because of the previous Ice Devil. Her father, Chu Heng, had left a mark on her body, which she couldn't get rid of. Even when Chun Xuanzong took on the devil's calamity for her, it was only a temporary blessing. It didn't solve the root of the problem. As such, female Emperor Jiemingkong's previous actions immediately caused Chu Lily to suffer again. This time, if she used the opportunity of the Water Devil's reincarnation to completely sever the devilish intents on Chu Lily's body, there wouldn't be any future troubles, unless a new devilish intents were left behind. The Astro Sovereign has a saying, "Yesterday's cause today." Since he was the one who made the decision in the past, he would do his best to bear the consequences. This is the Astro Sovereign's wish. Yen Zhaoge said plainly, "It's not the Ice Devil's scheme." Chu Lily looked at Chun Xuanzong with a complicated expression. At this moment, the radiance within Chun Xuanzong's eyes gradually dimmed. On the contrary, the incantation on his chest gradually solidified and turned into a piece of ice crystal that covered his chest. The ice crystal started spreading towards the surroundings, freezing more parts of Chun Xuanzong's body. As the ice and snow spread, Chun Xuanzong himself seemed to have turned into a real ice sculpture without any signs of life. His vitality was slowly fading away. However, the ice-cold and ruthless devilish intents were also fading away. At this moment, a voice resounded from Chun Xuanzong's chest. "That's right. This is his original wish. Just like how the person he loves has always been Jiemingkong, and not you." Upon hearing that, Chu Lily's body trembled. The voice continued resounding from the ice crystal. "Before he adopted you, he was already his. So it's like this." Chu Lily stood still for a while. She didn't do anything extreme, but let out a long sigh. With a lonely expression, she stared at Chun Xuanzong's face. Chun Xuanzong's aura was weak and his eyes were dim. However, at this moment, he slowly raised his head and met Chu Lily's gaze. Currently, although Chen Xuanzong's vitality was fading away, his gaze was still as calm as water. He was calm and indifferent, just like how he was in the past. I don't know much about it, but I know, Chu Lily said softly. I only had a little hope. Even if it's just a little, frost started enveloping Chen Xuanzong's entire body. There weren't any signs of pain in his expression. Instead, he looked at his little disciple benevolently. Although he didn't say anything, Chu Lily already understood from the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. She looked at Chen Xuanzong and couldn't help but be dazed. When she regained her senses and wanted to say something, the ice crystal had already reached Chen Xuanzong's head and covered his face. The white-haired man's entire body was covered by ice and snow, freezing his entire body. Within the ice, his figure seemed to be getting fainter and fainter, as if he was about to turn into an ice sculpture. I made it! Yen Zhaoge, who had been waiting for something, suddenly became spirited. Chapter 1435. Looking at Chen Xuanzong, who was gradually turning into an ice sculpture, Chu Lily was both anxious and afraid. However, she didn't know what she should do. For a moment, sorrow filled her heart, and her heart was filled with coldness and despair. Now, Yen Zhaoge's I made it had given her a fright, but it had also given rise to the flames of hope within her heart. Chu Lily turned to look eagerly at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng, Yunsheng, Yen Di, and the others. Escort her in. Outside the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, everyone felt the ice demon's aura dissipate. Since the demons had achieved their goal, they naturally did not attack with all their might. The grand heavenly realm devil lord was greatly disappointed. However, he could only helplessly accept reality as he was surrounded by powerful enemies. At this moment, a flame approached from afar. Previously, the nine-headed bug's actions and the eruption of the 1,000 scales leaping through the dragon's gate had destroyed the demonic domain that enveloped and sealed this place. Hence, the fiery light was able to pass through the void and enter this universe. The demon instinctively felt that something was wrong and tried to stop the flame. However, Feng Yunsheng was one step ahead of him. She blocked the path of the nine-headed great sage and the demon lord with her blade. With a slight delay, the flame had already fallen from the sky. It's the half-dragon that accompanied Suo Mingzhang. Dragon King Huanchen's brows twitched. Who else did he bring along? He wanted to advance, but what met him was Yen Di's saber that instantly forced him into retreat. Whether it was the demon race or the nefarious devils, none of them knew what this sudden change was. It was Mars' halberd. As a leakless, immortal artifact, it was equivalent to a human true immortal realm expert. While it wasn't weak, it didn't seem to have much of an impact on the current situation. After all, not every true immortal was Yen Zhaoge. But it was also because of this that Mars' halberd's appearance here seemed particularly abnormal. In case the warriors of Taoism had other tricks up their sleeves, the demons didn't hesitate to stop Mars' halberd from approaching them, even if they didn't know what he was here for. It was not difficult to stop Mars' halberd from approaching. The sonorous voice of a little saint of the demon clan could be heard from afar, and Mars' halberd was already trapped in the distance. However, Feng, Yunsheng, Gao Qingxian, and the others were one step faster. They all voiced their voices to counteract the sonorous voice of the great path of the opponent, and even joined forces to escort Mars' halberd in. This behavior further told the fiendish demons that there was something wrong with the visitor. Initially, the situation that was gradually easing up after Chen Xuanzong, and the ice devil parish together immediately tensed up once more. The battle between the two became intense once again. Mars' halberd flew all the way to where the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual was. Amidst the dancing flames, a human silhouette appeared from within. He left the sea of fire and directly entered the light ball evolved from the ritual. Chu Lily fixed her eyes on him and saw his face clearly. For a moment, she had mixed feelings. Senior sister, the white-clothed woman who entered the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, was Chun Xuanzong's eldest disciple, Chu Lily's senior sister, female Emperor Jie Mingkong. It had been 1,000 years since Chu Lily had seen her. He had thought countless times about how he would reunite with Jie Mingkong, but he had never expected that it would be like this. Senior Jie has been looking for you all these years, Yen Zhaoge said. Since you fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds, I've always been worried that Senior Jie would follow your footsteps and become a hostage for the 9 underworlds to threaten the Astro Sovereign and us. However, the hostage was not Jie Mingkong, but the Vine Sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens. Yen Zhaoge's premonition of saving the hostage was still activated. However, at the same time, doubts surfaced in his mind. If Jie Mingkong didn't fall into the hands of the 9 underworld's infernal devils, where would she be now? The boundless void's outskirts was immeasurably vast. Without any clues, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack to describe the difficulty. However, Jie Mingkong had been trying to locate Chu Lily, Chun Xuanzong, and Gao Han had noticed the traces of her passing by. This meant that Jie Mingkong had been paying attention to the matters between Chu Lily and the 9 underworlds. Now that the two were fighting in the domain of 1,000 scales, the devilish domain created by the grand, heavenly-level Devil Lord had shrouded the vast void. With such a huge commotion, Jie Mingkong might be alerted and be attracted to the nearby area. Previously, when the 1,000 scales leaping through the Dragon Gate, Yen Zhaoge had sent a letter to Mars' halberd, the brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, and the others who were roaming around the void's outskirts to help locate Jie Mingkong. At that time, it was just a precaution to prevent Jie Mingkong from falling into the hands of the infernal devils. But now, it was time to save her life. The Astro Sovereign once said, "Yesterday's cause, today's retribution." Now, there's no need to talk about the cause of his current situation. What's more important is what he should do next. Yen Zhaoge quickly explained the current situation to Jie Mingkong. Fortunately, the Astro Sovereign has 2 successors. Both of you have ascended to the immortal realm. If so, there might be a chance of survival. The cause and effect were intertwined with each other, which made it hard to differentiate. Yen Zhaoge looked at the 2 deeply. Only the risk has to be shared with the Astro Sovereign. I can't guarantee whether there's a future for him or not. Everything happened because of me, because of my father. Master shouldn't be the one to bear the consequences. Chu Lily smiled. She looked a little lonely, but still forced a smile, being able to see Master again and not having to listen to the answer from his own mouth. The heavens have treated me well. Chu Lily looked at Jie Mingkong and saw that Jie Mingkong was also looking at her. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she only let out a sigh. Chu Lily silently walked to the left side of Chun Xuanzong and sat down with her legs crossed. She followed Yen Zhaoge's instruction and carved a seal on her palm. Then, she pressed her hand on Chun Xuanzong's left shoulder. In an instant, the ice crystals extended from Chun Xuanzong's shoulder to Chu Lily's arm, and then covered her entire body. Chun Xuanzong's body within the ice layer was gradually disappearing and was about to turn into an ice sculpture. At this moment, his body finally stopped disappearing. Chun Xuanzong opened his eyes and turned around to look at Chu Lily. No sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was obvious that he sighed. Silly girl. Chu Lily's smile also turned into an ice sculpture at this moment. Within the ice layer, she closed her eyes and fell into silence. Jia Mingkong looked at Chu Lily's actions expressionlessly. However, in the depths of her eyes, there were also countless raging waves that were constantly surging. Without any hesitation, Jia Mingkong walked to the right side of Chen Xuanzong. At this moment, she met his gaze. Within the ice layer, a person's expression was blurry. However, Jia Mingkong couldn't help but tremble when she met Chen Xuanzong's gaze. Her hand, which was originally going to place on Chen Xuanzong's right shoulder, couldn't help but want to move upwards and caress Chen Xuanzong's face. Halfway through her hand, she recalled what happened in the land of Tranquil Stream and stopped in the air. She felt guilty and scared. Chen Xuanzong looked at her calmly within the ice layer and said, Still, no sound came out. However, Jia Mingkong, who understood the white-haired man's lips, burst into tears. She was laughing and crying at the same time. The female emperor, who had always been cold and lonely like a glacier, seemed to have returned to 1,000 years ago. All the emotions accumulated in the past 1,000 years burst out at this moment. Her self-control and rationality were all gone. Chen Xuanzong's expression was gentle. Xuanzong, Jia Mingkong murmured softly and stopped crying. Her expression was peaceful. She didn't touch Chen Xuanzong's face anymore. Instead, she put her hand on Chen Xuanzong's shoulder. Instantly, the ice crystals spread up along her palm. Female Emperor Jia Mingkong also turned into an ice sculpture. She and Chu Lily stood on both sides of Chen Xuanzong. The master and his disciples, who had been entangled with each other for thousands of years, were frozen at this moment. It was quiet. Chapter 1436. Chen Xuanzong, Jia Mingkong, and Chu Lily sat side by side. Jia Mingkong and Chu Lily placed their palms on Chen Xuanzong's shoulders, respectively. Layers of ice sealed the three's bodies together, forming a huge ice sculpture. Within the ice, Chen Xuanzong and the others closed their eyes and remained motionless, as if they were in deep sleep. On Chen Xuanzong's chest, the ice-blue devilish radiance was weak, but it was still flickering intensely, as if it was struggling before death. However, in the end, everything returned to silence, and the devilish intent vanished. Yan Zhaoge, who had been staring at Chen Xuanzong, seemed to hear a cold, desperate, angry, and unwilling voice fading away. It left the human world and disappeared into another plane. One of the 12 devilish gods, the water devil of the 6 extinct devils, perished once again. He had already successfully taken the final step, which was equivalent to being reborn into this world. However, he was forcefully pushed back. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Chen Xuanzong and the others and bowed. Seriously, thank you for your hard work, seniors. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand, and radiance appeared on his palm. He carefully wrapped the ice sculpture and kept it within his sleeve. Fortunately, he found Jia Mingkong in time, and Chu Lily didn't make a fuss. With that, Chen Xuanzong was barely saved. However, because of the anti-devil countering rune and the water devil, Chen Xuanzong's life was still hanging by a thread. It was still unknown whether he could wake up and break out of the ice. This was different from when he sealed himself in the land of Tranquil Stream and was alone by the outskirts. Back then, he was active. Now he was passive. Once he was sealed in ice, he might be sealed forever. Jia Mingkong and Chu Lily were in the same situation as him. They were bound together for good or ill. However, he was glad that the devilish seal had disappeared. Although Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily weren't dead, they didn't have to worry about the water devil anymore. As long as no other devils succeeded and left a new devilish seal on them, everything would be fine. By sealing themselves in ice, the water devil wouldn't be able to communicate with them anymore. Although the two suitable bodies were still alive, Gui Shui demon could only look at them helplessly. Heaven helps the worthy. Yen Zhaoge felt the coldness on his palm and thought. Then he raised his head and looked at the void outside the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual. Outside the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual, the demon race was originally attacking in a frenzy. However, after seeing Chun Xuanzong execute the anti-devil countering rune, the group of demons' attacks slowed down slightly. They could all sense that the water devil's smug, cold, and lonely devil chi was rapidly weakening and disappearing. The great demon was about to die. The demonic venerable, who was originally working together with Feng Yunxing to stop the nine-headed bug, became flustered and exasperated. He started to approach the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual. When he saw Jie Mingkong enter the light sphere, the grand heavenly level devil lord's consciousness flashed through his mind, and he became even more uneasy. He recognized Jie Mingkong in an instant, the eldest disciple of Chen Xuanzong. Jie Mingkong, the cultivation of a true immortal, was nothing to him. However, as a grand heavenly realm expert of the nine underworlds, he had access to countless information. Naturally, he knew the relationship between Jie Mingkong and Chen Xuanzong. Previously, they had tried to capture Jie Mingkong to disturb Chen Xuanzong. Unfortunately, they failed. The sudden appearance of Jie Mingkong made the great demon feel uneasy even though he didn't know what positive effect she would have. As soon as he thought about it, he started charging towards the chaotic, heavenly devil slaying ritual. Feng Yunxing was expressionless. The blue and black devil flames in her eyes gradually reached their peak, and the dark splendor above her head completely solidified. The extremely ferocious Luoyuan chaotic destruction seemed to have improved further, and it seemed to pose a threat to the grand heavenly realm experts above the grand void. The doomsday heavenly demon's authority that she possessed had always been incomplete. However, at this moment, it seemed to be getting closer to completion. The nine-headed bug and the devil lord were shocked. In front of them, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt, and it had reached the critical point. The origin heavenly tribulation was right in front of Feng Yunxing. She would become a grand heavenly realm expert with just one step. However, the nirvana murderous intent hidden behind it would also reach a whole new level. Seeing this, the devil lord hesitated for a moment. He was weighing whether forcing Feng Yunxing to break through her limits and ascend to the grand heavenly realm was more beneficial to the nine underworlds, or helping the water devil make use of this opportunity to be reborn. However, once Feng Yunxing broke through her limit, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the doomsday ominous saber. Even if he had ascended to the grand immortal realm, he would be completely annihilated if he was slain by such a blade, and he would not have the chance to be reborn. On the other hand, the nine-headed great saint, who had slowed down his attack when the water demon died, attacked again, without hesitation. Receiving his signal, the other demon clans also began to attack again. This time, their target wasn't Qin Xuanzong or Chu Lily. Instead, it was the pill hall's master, Yen Zhaoge. The nine-headed great sage raised his crescent moon spade and swung it at Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing pulled out her saber and blocked the crescent moon's shovel. She retreated backward. However, the ferocious black chi lingered on the crescent moon spade for a long time, making the nine-headed great sage feel uncomfortable. When the honor demon saw this, he charged forward again. He wanted to join forces with the nine-headed great sage to surround Feng Yunxing. He also changed his target. It was difficult to stop the water demon from dying again, so he had to take Feng Yunxing back to the nine underworlds now. As the three sides fought, the positions of the enemies and allies changed In an instant, Feng Yunxing's situation suddenly became precarious. The devilish flames within her eyes became even more ferocious. At the crucial moment, within the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual, millions of runes appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge and floated around him. Break! The water demon had already perished. The chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual didn't need to continue suppressing him. Without any hesitation, Yan Zhaoge punched forward and shattered the runes. The shattered lights continued spreading towards the surroundings, turning all the runes in the air into scattered radiances. As if a bowstring that was stretched taut finally snapped, the 81 circles of lights that were revolving around each other crumbled together. All 81 circles of lights crumbled apart, transforming into 81 streams of lights that flew towards the faraway heavens and earth. The ferocious momentum was akin to 81 extremely thick whips of lights that were crazily lashing in all directions. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual followed the footsteps of the domain of thousand scales and completely collapsed. At this final moment, Yan Zhaoge still maintained his final control over the ritual. The whips of lights that resembled the trajectories of the stars accurately lashed towards the demon race and the honor demon. Dragon King Huanshan was whipped, but he wasn't injured. However, a strange scene suddenly surfaced within his mind. It was the scene where his claws were sliced off by Gao Qingxian during the Tao Universe's roving Jade Heaven's migration into the Pill Hall. The Jade Rabbit Demon was whipped, but she wasn't injured. However, in front of her, the appearance of her past master, the Extreme Moon Lord, appeared. The old white deer was whipped, and his vision blurred. Then, the longevity god Lord appeared. Chapter 1437. The chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual had the effect of suppressing devils. It was especially proficient in resisting the heart devil's disturbances and suppressing the inner devil. The primordial heart devil was the earliest existence of the devilish intents of all living beings. It was one of the 6 extinct devils, existing for eternity and never perishing. If his true body descended here, even the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual wouldn't be able to block it. However, without the primordial heart devil's true body, the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual would be able to display its immense effects and resist the opponent's actions. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge fully unleashed one of the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures, the Heartsful heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures. With the explosion of Heartsful thunder, the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual crumbled. As such, the ritual reversed. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's crumbling formed light whips, which had the opposite effect, triggering the target's heart devil. The ritual's might was related to Yan Zhaoge's cultivation and the opponent's cultivation. However, it was also related to the ritual itself. After years of planning by Yan Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others, the ritual's materials could be considered as top-notch under the current conditions. More importantly, the ritual had been constantly enduring the primordial heart devil's infiltration. The current reversal even guided a portion of the primordial heart devil's authority onto the opponent. The whipping of the light whips was even more effective than when the primordial heart devil exerted its strength remotely. More importantly, this arrival was too sudden, and the great demons did not expect it at all. They wanted to dodge, but the light whips had already landed on their bodies. The demon race below the grand virtual realm froze on the spot after receiving this whip, unable to move. Under the disturbance of the inner devil and the heart devil, their minds were in a mess, and illusions started appearing. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even stand properly. The white deer demon and the other grand virtual realm demon race small saints fared better. Although their heart devil's crux was triggered, they quickly stabilized their mental state and subdued the restless inner devil. However, It was only a moment of confusion, and it was already sufficient. After all, these great demons were still facing opponents like Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the others. As Yen Zhaoge's hearts will thunder exploded, the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual collapsed. It was as if a horn of counterattack had been blown. The sky was filled with saber light and sword light that shot up in defiance of the heavens, sweeping through the void in a frenzy. Taking advantage of the effect of the light whips and the group of demons being trapped by their heart demons, Yen Di and the others who had been on the defensive all along launched an extremely brutal counterattack. The invading demons below the grand virtual realm were all killed. A boundless sea of blood appeared in the void. The demon race small saint with 5 cheese unifications, Dragon King Huanshan, was dismembered by Gao Qingxuan's twin swords. The white deer demon was caught off guard and suffered Ling Qing's palm strike, instantly sustaining heavy injuries. Having stabilized his chaotic mind with great difficulty, he turned to flee, but Yan Di had already caught up to him. The white deer demon revealed his true form and ran away. Clear hoof prints were left in the void wherever the 4 feet passed. They turned into layers of mountains, forming a formation that sealed the void and pressed down on everyone's heads. However, as a violent saber light flashed past, the mountain range collapsed as it was cleaved apart by Yan Di's saber. Ling Qing seized the opportunity and chased after him. The white deer demon watched in despair as the holy radiance banner in her hand chopped down like a huge axe, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The white deer demon, who was already heavily injured and plagued by his heart demons, was killed on the spot by Ling Qing. This great demon, who had already attained the Tao during the Middle Era and had survived the Great Calamity, had finally met his end today. After Dragon King Huanshan, another grand virtual realm great demon perished. The Jade Rabbit Demon sensed Yan Di's and the others' killing intent and shuddered. She tried her best to calm her trembling heart and leaped. She instantly transformed into a streak of white light and jumped far away, narrowly avoiding Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others' counterattacks. After leaping, she finally managed to escape. As for the white deer demon, Dragon King Huanshan, and the other demons, they could only face the merciless saber and sword. Within the void, the 9-headed bug's manifested radiance was struck by more than 1 whips. The radiance's flickering radiance clearly stopped as well, other than the grand heavenly realm devil lord. Feng Yinsheng was the only one who could see his appearance clearly. The 9-headed bug was clearly stunned for a moment. However, his expression seemed more like shock than sluggishness. If the primordial heart devil was here personally, he might have some reservations. To a powerful demon race pinnacle bigwig like him, being struck from afar wasn't a big deal. However, just as he was stunned for a moment, Yan Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the numerous great demons. Feng Yunsheng, who was originally in a perilous situation, took the chance to withdraw her saber and retreat. As for the Devil Lord, he continued chasing after her. Feng Yunsheng forcefully exchanged blows with him, causing him to pause for a moment. However, Feng Yunsheng's figure transformed into a streak of black flames and rapidly descended, converging with Yan Di and the others. The chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual's 81 radiance halos crumbled, transforming into 81 whips of light that lashed outwards. When it was stretched to its limits, the whips of light broke apart, transforming into surging streams of light that flew far away. Being pulled by the 81 majestic streams of light, the void that was originally at the center of the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual was torn apart. The dark black hole appeared and devoured everything around it. After Yan Di and the others counterattacked and slaughtered the demons, they didn't continue chasing after them. Instead, they retreated and entered the dark black hole together with Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge, who was beside the dark black hole, did the same. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and the others about to disappear into the dark black hole, the nine-headed great sage and the devil lord snorted coldly. Powerful demonic qi and devilish qi instantly enveloped the space and froze the black hole in place. Space changed and became completely still. Even a virtual immortal wouldn't be able to stand stably within the black hole. However, it was forcefully sealed by the two grand heavenly realm experts. Everything within the black hole was also left behind. However, before Yan Zhaoge entered the black hole, he threw out an item. Its two ends were sharp, and its middle was thick. It looked like a spindle. Originally, it was nothing special. However, its effects were astonishing. After being stimulated by the nine-headed snake and the devil lord's demonic qi and devilish qi, the spindle's surface flickered with rainbow radiances. Wherever the radiances reached, the demonic qi and devilish qi would clash and cancel each other out. As the demonic qi was stronger, it managed to disperse the devilish qi. However, the demonic qi itself became chaotic. The dark black hole immediately returned to its original state. Amidst the chaotic changes, it devoured Yan Zhaoge and the others and disappeared. Universe reversal chaos all. The jade rabbit demon, who had escaped far away, turned her head around. When she saw the spindle-like treasure, she was instantly astonished. The nine-headed bug's majestic will descended. It couldn't conceal the fury within. What's that? If I'm not mistaken, this treasure's name is Universe Reversal Chaos All. It's proficient in neutralizing two completely different powers. Nine-headed great sage's demonic qi and the devil lord's devilish qi were both cancelled out by this treasure. The jade rabbit demon's face was filled with disbelief. In the past, the Heavenly Court's divine palace, this treasure's refinement method was also a secret. Even the Extreme Moon Lord didn't know of its specific refinement method. He had only heard of its name and seen its appearance. He told me about it before. This is my first time seeing it in person. Chapter 1438. Qian Kun Dual Phase Chaos All. The nine-headed bug muttered, even if that Yan Zhaoge obtained the pill haul, he shouldn't have this secret formula. The jade rabbit demon's face was filled with helplessness. Could it be that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the North Star Emperor passed it down to him? However, after so many years after the Great Calamity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has never used it before. The nine-headed bug snorted. Stop nagging. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go. Although he said that, most of the demons that came with him died on the spot, except for the Jade Rabbit demon, who was lucky enough to escape. There was no lack of demon race small saints like the White Deer Demon and Dragon King Huanshan. This result made the nine-headed bug, who was leading the group, feel that it had lost face. What infuriated him even more was the fact that Yan Zhaoge and the others managed to retreat safely. While the water devil couldn't be revived, they didn't contribute much to it. An ancient and powerful great saint of the demon race like him was proud and arrogant. He was enraged by this setback. The water demon's revival had failed, and the pill haul had failed. The nine-headed great sage couldn't help but change his target to the grand heavenly realm devil lord. Being able to defeat or even kill this opponent was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Nine Nether. At least the demon race would not return empty-handed this time. However, the grand heavenly realm fiend lord was perceptive. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng had successfully left with the help of the Universe 2 reversing chaos all, he himself was not the nine-headed bug's match as he immediately retreated and fled. The water demon's resurrection failed, and he didn't kill Feng Yunsheng, so there was no need for him to continue fighting with the demon race. To him, the matter wasn't over yet. It wasn't a complete failure. This time, other than the water devil, the earth devil was also trying to borrow another body to reincarnate. If he succeeded, Nine Nether would undoubtedly be able to turn the tables. I don't believe that you can find another domain of thousand scales. That weird ritual would definitely take a lot of effort. Don't tell me that you have enough resources and treasures to build a second one. This demon venerable's will was cold and austere. He tore through the void and left. The nine-headed bug paid attention to the Qian Kuan two phases reversal chaos all, giving the great demon the chance to escape. However, he had already calmed down. Let's go. We still have to deal with the Earth Devil. He immediately left this universe. The Jade Rabbit Demon and the other surviving demons hurriedly followed, separated by many layers of space-time. In another universe far away, the originally dark and calm starry sky suddenly cracked. From the spatial crevice, Yen Zhaoge and the others appeared one by one. The Qian Kuan dual phase disorder all led the nine-headed bug and the great demon's power to clash, canceling each other out. Still, because the nine-headed bug's strength was superior at the end of the day, it still had the strength to influence the dark black hole that Yen Zhaoge and the others had escaped through. However, because it was a weakened force, it was unable to keep Yen Zhaoge's group behind. With Gao Qingxian and Ling Qing, the two grand virtual immortals, escorting them, they wouldn't be separated into different spatial vortexes. In the end, they escaped from the black hole together. Yen Zhaoge supported Feng Yunsheng. As soon as the space-time in front of her stabilized, Feng Yunsheng sat cross-legged in the void. The surface of her body was burning with black flames and devilish brilliance. The surface of the black jade bottle that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had given him had even begun to crack. The expression on Feng Yunsheng's face changed. Sometimes it was calm and composed, sometimes it was ferocious and cruel, and sometimes it was cold and lonely. At this moment, she had to suppress the devilish intent by herself. No one else could help her. In fact, they couldn't even touch the devilish brilliance on Feng Yunsheng's body. Otherwise, they might be corroded by the devilish intent. Fortunately, as time passed, the devilish flames on Feng Yunsheng's body gradually extinguished, and her expression became calmer. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng's condition had temporarily stabilized, Yen Zhaoge, who had been paying close attention to her, let out a sigh of relief. He immediately waved his sleeve, and radiances devoured Feng Yunsheng, causing her to disappear. Bringing Feng Yunsheng along, the group continued their journey. "How's Senior Chen?" asked Yen Di. "His life is in no danger. For now, his life is in no danger," Yen Zhaoge said as he walked. Fortunately, Senior Jia and Senior Chu had both ascended to the immortal realm, and their martial arts originated from the same source as the Astro Sovereign. At the very last moment, they managed to protect the Astro Sovereign's life. However, the price they had to pay was that their current condition was the same as the Astro Sovereign's. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Yen Zhaoge let out a soft sigh. "There's nothing we can do now. We can only hope for them to resolve this calamity one day." Yendi softly asked, "How long would that take?" "Perhaps 100 years, or perhaps 1,000 years," Yen Zhaoge answered. "Perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps forever." Yendi took a deep breath. If the demon race didn't interfere, things wouldn't have turned out this way. However, at least there's a ray of hope. Senior Chun, Daoist Jia, and Daoist Chu will surely be blessed by the heavens. Yen Di was currently sitting on the Grand Simplicity Splendor cloud, meditating and adjusting his breathing. The Grand Simplicity Splendor cloud supported him, and Yen Zhaoge brought him away. During this battle, his saber aura rampaged. Borrowing the power of epical alternation, he fought against a virtual immortal realm expert head-on. However, such a battle consumed a huge amount of his strength. With the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, life creation heavenly scripture, and many other supreme martial arts, he couldn't even keep up with his consumption. "Let's return to the sky beyond skies first," said Yen Di slowly. Yen Zhaoga nodded. "That's right." Currently, the mother and son were still within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, within the pill hall. Originally, the 9 underworlds wanted to attack together with the water devil and the earth devil, leaving Yen Zhaoga and the others in a difficult situation. However, with the help of the pill hall and the earth-splitting pearl, Yen Zhaoga successfully delayed the earth devil's return, allowing him to focus on dealing with the water devil first. Now that the water devil had perished once again, he wouldn't be able to reincarnate within a short period of time. Naturally, Yen Zhaoga and the others had to turn around and deal with the earth devil's threat. "Yu Xunbei, and little, you still haven't replied?" asked Gao Qingxian while walking. Yen Zhaoga nodded. "I tried contacting them again. Currently, only senior apprentice Uncle Yu replied. He'll meet up with us soon. However, senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister, you still haven't replied." Gao Qingxian nodded slowly, with a worried expression on her face. Her husband, Long Xingchuan, held her hand lightly. "Old Manly will be fine." "I'm not worried about Yu Xunbei. I'm worried." Gao Qingxian shook her head lightly and didn't continue speaking. Yen Zhaoga and the others looked at each other, and hints of worry surfaced within their eyes. Initially, they thought that the hostage would be Jie Mingkong. Hence, the person in charge of rescuing Jie Mingkong was Yu Xunbei, who was relatively familiar with Jie Mingkong. Yet, the hostage turned out to be the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying. Now that they were facing each other head-on, it was inevitable for them to feel uneasy about the outcome. With senior apprentice sister Yu around, we might be able to mediate the situation. Yen Zhaoga consoled. Suddenly, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's expression changed slightly. She slowly said, "The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor," and the other sent a message over. Chapter 1439. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Daoist Suo, and the Incongruence Divine Mother are fighting against the Primordial Heart Devil and the Wood Devil's horde of devils by the Void's outskirts. Ling Qing quickly said, "The Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race's experts have also appeared. While the 9 underworlds are public enemies, the Buddhists and the Demon Race would rather us Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds suffer together." Yen Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Ling Qing nodded. "That's right. No matter if it's the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor or the 9 underworlds devils, they had their reservations and didn't go all out lest others take advantage of them." As they spoke, Gao Qingxian received a similar message from the Incongruence Divine Mother. In the end, the Wood Devil was injured, while the other grand, Heavenly Realm Devil Lord nearly perished on the spot. Gao Qingxian said, "The Water Devil's rebirth failed and perished once more." After the 9 underworlds devils retreated, the Buddhists and the Demon Race started attacking the infernal devils together. Now that the great devils had temporarily retreated, Yen Zhaoga and the others had a much easier time dealing with the Earth Devil. However, things aren't looking so optimistic on our side. Yen Zhaoga sighed. Yen Di's situation was slightly better. After recuperating, he would be able to recover his combat prowess within a short period of time. The problem was Feng Yunsheng. During the previous battle, she had nearly transcended the origin heavenly tribulation. For her, it was still too early. The devilish intents flourishing hindered her from maintaining her mental state. While she seemed to be in a stable state, she couldn't fight against anyone for the time being. Even if she did, she would be restricted from unleashing her prowess, which made her even more unstable than before. She would need some time to recuperate before she could go all out again, especially the black jade bottle gifted by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Cracks had appeared on it, and it needed to be repaired as well. Otherwise, it might shatter at any moment. Feng Yunsheng couldn't go all out, which would undoubtedly be a huge blow to their side. More importantly, the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual were both destroyed. The former was a land of fortune that could only be discovered, while the latter required materials to craft a second one. These two treasures couldn't be counted on for the Earth Devil's tribulation. How much longer can the Earth Devil hold him back for? Asked Taoist Cloud Conquest. It's not a problem for a short period of time, but it won't last long. Yin Zhaoga answered. We need to move Jun and his mother away from the sky beyond skies as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to hide from the Heart Devil. If he stayed in the awakened sky cosmos, he would have the advantage of the Pill Hall's territory. However, if the Earth Devil were to truly reincarnate, he would be able to point out the direction to the 9 underworlds and reveal the location of the awakened sky cosmos. Although the primordial Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the other great devils were forced to retreat, the location of the awakened sky cosmos was still exposed. If they revealed it to the heretics, Buddhism, or the demon race, Yin Zhaoga and the others would be in deep trouble. At that time, it would be even more dangerous, and the losses would outweigh the gains. The primordial Heart Devil is still injured when he fought against Yun Zhongzi, a junior of the Gate of Tao. His power and authority are much weaker than when he was at his peak. Gao Qingxian frowned and said, however, Shi Jun and his mother's cultivation are too low. They might not be able to resist the invasion of the Heart Devil. After the Middle Era, the primordial Heart Devil had once fought against the Jade Clear Bigwig Yun Zhongzi. At that time, Yun Zhongzi was the one with the highest attainments in the origin heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. He had attained the mastery stage and was boundlessly profound. In the end, after a great battle, both sides suffered great losses. In the end, Yun Zhongzi perished due to his heavy injuries. Ever since his death, no other known experts managed to cultivate the origin heavenly scripture to the mastery stage. As for the primordial Heart Devil, he was also gravely injured. He remained dormant in the 9 underworlds for many years, only reappearing after the Great Calamity. However, he had yet to fully recover from his injuries, and his authority wasn't as strong as when he was at his peak. During today's battle, the primordial Heart Devil didn't seem to have recovered to his peak. Of course, it might be because Senior Suwa and the others pressured the Heart Devil too much. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoga looked towards Ling Qing. Now that the 9 underworlds had temporarily retreated, can we request the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to defend against the primordial Heart Devil and protect us while we deal with the Earth Devil? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's attainments in the Hearts Will Thunder incantation and the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture could be considered as the best amongst the Taoism bigwigs. Among the Taoism bigwigs, he was the expert in fighting against the Heart Devil. I'll contact His Majesty and relay this matter to him, allowing him to make a decision, said Ling Qing simply. As they spoke, they traversed through the layers of void. Along the way, Yin Zhaoga's expression changed slightly. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu is nearby, and he's on his way to meet up with us. Anxiousness appeared on Gao Qingxian and Taoist Cloud Conquest's faces. After a while, a sword light flickered by the other end of the dark, starry sky. It pierced through the void and stopped near the group, revealing Yu Xinbei's figure. Seeing that he was alone, Gao Qingxian and Taoist Cloud Conquest's hearts trembled. The two still harbored hope and quickly went forward. Long Xingchuan knew what his wife was thinking. He followed after Gao Qingxian and asked Yu Zhenbei, "Zhenbei, how are old man Li Jingshen and little Yi?" "Senior apprentice uncle Long, Jingshen, and little friend, you were separated from me. However, according to the situation back then, their lives should be fine. Only, I'm not sure where they were swept to." Yu Zhenbei remained silent for a while before he said. He didn't hide it, nor did he make any excuses. He said, "Honestly, householder Ziding has perished." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingxuan's vision darkened, and she felt the world spinning around her. Master, Long Xingchuan quickly held onto his wife, only to feel her body turning cold. Taoist Cloud Conquest's face was filled with pain, and he couldn't speak for a while. "Zhenbei, I've always known your character. I believe that you've done your best." Long Xingchuan asked, "What exactly happened back then?" Yu Zhenbei remained silent for a while. Just as Long Xingchuan said, he had indeed done his best. However, if he were to say that the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's death was due to her rejection of his help, it would be a little suspicious. It was hard to say how Gao Qingxian and Taoist Cloud Conquest would react. However, Yu Zhenbei had always been upright and upright. After a slight hesitation, he still narrated what happened objectively. Taoist Cloud Conquest's side. If Yu Yi was truly alive, she would immediately know if Yu Zhenbei was telling the truth when she returned. As such, there was no need for Yu Zhenbei to lie about this. If it was to temporarily stabilize the roving Jade Heaven's resistance against the 9 underworlds, he could have concealed the news of the Vine Sovereign's death first. Moreover, although their relationship was terrible, as Long Xingchuan had said, Yu Zhenbei's character was clear to those who frequently interacted with him. Taoist Cloud Conquest turned to look at Gao Qingxian. Chapter 1440. Gao Qingxian froze on the spot and shut her eyes. She raised her head and remained silent. Long Xingchuan remained silent as well. He simply stood beside his wife. "You can't be blamed." After a long time, Gao Qingxian opened her eyes and said desolately, "Master's personality is always this unyielding." She let out a faint sigh. "Relax, I'm fine. With the 9 underworld's foes before us, we should band together and defend against external threats. As for Master's funeral, we'll talk about it after this tribulation is over. Only, we still have to search for little Yi and Nie Jingshen's whereabouts, lest the 9 underworlds take advantage of them and repeat what happened to Master." Gao Qingxian lowered her eyelids, and her tone gradually turned calm. "Of course," Yan Zhaoge said, "I believe that senior apprentice brother Nie and senior apprentice sister, you will be able to survive." Gao Qingxian nodded silently and took the lead. Long Xingchuan immediately followed behind and held onto her hand. He saw Gao Qingxuan's sorrowful expression. As her husband, Long Xingchuan knew that his wife's sorrowful heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying's lineage was filled with talents. The Tai Sovereign and Di Qinglian died young. The lofty Sovereign Zhang Qingqiao left, and Kong Qingxi perished as well. Other than them, most of the Vine Sovereign's disciples had perished as well. As Li Ying's eldest disciple after the Great Calamity, Gao Qingxian was the one with the highest achievements. At the same time, she was also the Vine Sovereign's final hope. As her fellow disciples left one after another, her master experienced the tragedy of sending off his descendants. Gao Qingxian hoped that her master could be more forgiving in her later years. However, when interacting with the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang's lineage, she couldn't fulfill her master's wishes. Ever since the conflict with Yu Zhenbei began, it had been accumulating. In the end, when the roving Jade Heavens moved into the Pill Hall, while the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, didn't object to it, she still left the roving Jade Heavens. Gao Qingxian originally hoped to use time to slowly resolve the conflict and welcome her master's return. Who would have thought that their parting would become an eternal parting? When they met for the last time, the Vine Sovereign had already been captured by the 9 underworlds, although Yen Zhaoga and the others' original plan worked, and they successfully sent the Vine Sovereign and the Blood-Star Devil Monarch to the designated location. The person waiting there was Yu Zhenbei. In the end, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, would rather die than accept Yu Zhenbei's help. He didn't blame Yu Zhenbei, Yen Zhaoga, and the others. Gao Qingxian could only blame herself now. But ask yourself honestly, if you had to start all over again, would your choice change? Or was everything the same? Thinking of this, Gao Qingxian felt even more bitter. Sorrow and guilt intertwined with each other, hard to resolve. Long Xingchuan was well aware of her thoughts. However, this matter wasn't unrelated to him. Currently, he wasn't in the position to console Gao Qingxian. He could only silently accompany his wife. Yen Zhaoga could only sigh, although saying this might be disrespectful to the deceased. The Vine Sovereign's decision made everyone feel awkward. Fortunately, Yu Yi was present at the scene. As long as Yu Yi returned safely, her words could be compared to Yu Zhenbei's. With that, the Jade clear lineage wouldn't be in the wrong. However, it was hard to say whether this would eventually cause an invisible rift between the roving Jade Heavens and the realm beyond heavens. Fortunately, Gao Qingxian was the one in charge of the roving Jade Heavens now. As such, there shouldn't be any huge trouble. If you really want to blame someone, the responsibility is on me. Yen Zhaoga let out a sigh and said to the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, considering that you're familiar with the female emperor, I requested for you to stay outside. If Long Xingchuan or Taoist Cloud Conquest were outside, the outcome would be different. Previously, no one knew that householder Zeting would fall into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Yen Di sat on the Grand Simplicity Splendor cloud and said, We can only sigh at how fate makes fools of us. Yu Zhenbei shook his head. There's no such thing today. One day, I'll have to fight against Li Zeting. Moreover, that day might come very soon. Due to her old injuries, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, couldn't possibly pass through the profound origin tribulation and attain the 5 Qis unification, which was the grand virtual realm. She was someone born before the Great Calamity and was from the same era as the earthly sovereign, Jiangshun. After so many years, the Vine Sovereign was already an old woman who had entered her twilight years based on the profound immortal's lifespan. On the other hand, Yu Zhenbei's improvement was extremely rapid. He had already attained the 4 Qis fused aura, which placed him at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. With the potential and strength she displayed, it would only be a matter of time before she entered the virtual immortal realm. Although she allowed the roving Jade Heavens to move into the Pill Hall based on the Vine Sovereign's decision to leave the roving Jade Heavens and her decision today, this prime clear old Grand Master's temperament was still firm despite her age. It was foreseeable that before Yu Zhenbei became a virtual immortal, or before the Vine Sovereign reached the end of her lifespan, she would have to settle things with Yu Zhenbei. The hatred of the past couldn't be described by the word obsession. Yen Zhaoga sighed and said, under such circumstances, she still didn't succumb to the devil. The Vine Sovereign's willpower can be said to be extremely firm. However, it could also be said that such a firm willpower resulted in such a tragedy. Overly strong evil thoughts or obsessions would eventually transform into devilish thoughts, causing one to succumb to the devil and fall into the 9 underworlds. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, harbored intense hatred towards Yu Zhenbei, and even towards Yen Xintang's lineage. She was even captured by the great devil, threatened, and tortured. Yet, she was still able to maintain a clear mind. Even Yen Zhaoga was impressed by how firm her willpower was. Unfortunately, it was precisely because of this that such a tragic ending occurred. Yu Jinbei and Yen Di looked at each other with a complicated expression. They agreed with Yen Zhaoga's words. The dead have perished. May they rest in peace, said Yen Di slowly. May they rest in peace. Yen Zhaoga smiled bitterly. We still have to worry about the living. I hope that senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister, you are blessed by the heavens. Yu Jinbei shook his head. The spatial turbulence might lead to different universes. After I settled down, I searched around, but I didn't find anything. They should have landed somewhere far away from me. I can only hope that they're still within the void's boundless outskirts and not in the heretics' territory, Buddhism's, or the demon race's territory. Yen Zhaoga asked. They shouldn't have gotten separated from each other, right? Yu Jinbei thought for a while and said, they shouldn't have. If that's the case, the two of them can take care of each other. It'll be safer for them. Yen Di said, no matter if it's junior apprentice niece Nya or junior apprentice niece Yu, they're both peerless geniuses. If the two of them work together and keep a low profile, they should be able to deal with most situations. A friend in need is a friend indeed. I wonder if sparks would fly between the two of them after going through thick and thin together. Yen Zhaoga tried to be cheerful and said, although they occasionally fought against each other, they actually admired each other and got along quite well. Yen Di and Yu Jinbei's gaze turned weird. Don't look at me like that. I'm seriously thinking about this. Yen Zhaoga didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to senior apprentice Uncle Yu, when they disappeared, they didn't witness the Vine Sovereign's final moment of death. Now, they're just worried, but they still have some hope. Father, I heard that you and Mother didn't get to know each other without fighting. Grandfather and grandmother, senior apprentice Uncle Long and senior apprentice Uncle Gao, aren't worth mentioning. They're all very strong, and they turned their hostility into marriage. Senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice sister, you are their disciples. I can't help but think about it. Chapter 1441. A lone man and a lone woman might be in a foreign and dangerous environment. They would support each other, rely on each other, and admire each other. Their strengths, backgrounds, and ages were similar. If they went through thick and thin together, or even went through life and death together, Yen Zhaoga felt that sparks would easily fly. Nie Jingshin was Yen Xintong's granddisciple. Yu Yi was Long Xingquan and Gao Qingxuan's granddaughter. In terms of martial arts, they were the most outstanding successors. Even their views might be influenced by their seniors during their growth. However, this didn't mean that their fates were the same as their seniors. In reality, Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi had indeed held a lot of praises for each other. However, there were no signs of them having a relationship with each other. At the very least, for now, the tradition of turning hostility into marriage was only a joke made by Yen Zhaoga. He didn't even think about it previously. However, the current situation was too suitable. It was so suitable that nothing would happen. Instead, it would make others feel that something was wrong. They turn hostility into friendship, while we turn hostility into marriage. I really have to believe in some things. Yen Zhaoga muttered. Although I didn't have any conflicts with Yunsheng, strictly speaking, the Sacred Sun clan that she came from was my Broad Creed Mountains opponent in the Eight Extremities worlds. Although Yen Zhaoga looked like he was having a headache, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was seriously considering this matter, especially after the Vine Sovereign perished. It made others feel like their future was uncertain. If what you said really happened, I won't interfere with the youngsters' relationship. Yu Jinbei's expression turned serious. However, Li Ziding's perishment, Yen Zhaoga, Yen Di, and Yu Jinbei looked at each other and were speechless. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Senior apprentice brother Nya and the others will return soon. They're safe and sound. In the end, Yen Zhaoga muttered to himself, Yu Jinbei didn't say anything, while Yendi said, "In any case, their safety is the most important." Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept through the boundless void and softly said, "Yes, I hope that they're safe and sound." "Where is this place?" When Nie Jingxin escaped from the space-time turbulence, he saw a strange scene in front of him. Amidst the yellow fog, one would not be able to see their own fingers if they stretched out their hands. It was as if there was a sharp light on one's back. Even with Nie Jingxin's cultivation, which had already pushed open the immortal door, and his willpower and temperament had always been firm, he actually felt a strong chill at this moment, causing his heart to palpitate. After stabilizing his state of mind, Nie Jingxin turned to look at Yu Yi, only to see that she was much more at ease compared to him. This wasn't because of the disparity in strength between the two. Instead, it was because Yu Ye's clear martial arts and sword intent were able to move more freely within the yellow mist. As a result, the influence of the yellow mist on her was much weaker. Seeing this, Nie Jingxin fell into deep thought. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and said, "Junior Martial Sister Yu, don't worry. Her Majesty, the Vine Sovereign, will definitely come out of this misfortune alive." Although Yu Yi was more relaxed than Nie Jingxin under the yellow mist, her expression was more solemn and sorrowful. Before she was devoured by the black hole, the last scene she saw was the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, trying to save her. However, he was rejected by the Vine Sovereign. In order to break out of the blood-starred Devil Monarch's imprisonment, the Vine Sovereign had paid a huge price and was severely injured. Yu Yi had already personally experienced the might of the spatial distortion and tearing of space within the black hole. With the Vine Sovereign's injuries, she would probably perish on the spot if she were to fall into the black hole. She mustered her remaining strength and slapped away Yu Jinbei's hand, which was equivalent to suicide. How could Yu Yi not be overwhelmed with grief? Now that she thought about it, she was extremely worried. Unfortunately, she didn't know what would happen in the end. She wanted to find the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, as soon as possible. However, the yellow mist obstructed her path. Not only did it make it hard for her to determine the direction, it also made it difficult for her to move forward. Ancestor is already suffering from old injuries. Now, she has suffered new injuries. If she were to fall into the black hole, the consequences would be unimaginable. Despite Nie Jingxin's consolation, Yu Yi still couldn't let go of her worries. However, she paused for a moment and continued, "The Sword Sovereign is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. You put aside your personal grudges and tried your best to save Ancestor. I'm grateful for that. It's just that, sigh, I didn't expect Ancestor to." She slapped her forehead in distress. "No, I should have thought of it. Ancestor is such a hot-blooded person. Only, I didn't know that she hated the Sword Sovereign so much." "There's no point in thinking too much." Nie Jingxin said, "Let's try to return as soon as possible. Then, we'll know the Vine Sovereign's safety." Yu Yi took a deep breath. "That's right. We were thrown into a formation by the spatial turbulence." She raised her head and looked at the yellow mist. "This seems to be the handiwork of one of our prime clear lineage's bigwigs. Only I don't know who it is." After taking a closer look, she frowned. "The formation is deathly still. It hasn't been activated. If it were during normal times, she would have been immersed in comprehending the Tao. Moreover, she possessed the heaven-containing purified soul. But now, she was extremely focused as she was worried about the Vine Sovereign's safety. "Can you tell what formation it is?" asked Nie Jingxin. Yu Yi shook her head. "The formation is in a state of silence. Not even a single formation pattern can be seen. There aren't any spiritual chi ripples, and its external characteristics aren't obvious. I can't recognize it just by looking at it." She looked at her surroundings. However, The bigwig who laid this formation has a cultivation far surpassing our own. Fortunately, the formation is in a state of silence. Otherwise, if it were to be activated, we might have lost our lives." The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "I thought of someone. If only he's here," said Nie Jingshin. Yu Yi sighed. "I thought of someone too. I feel like I'm thinking of the same person as you." The two laughed and shook their heads. Then they straightened their expressions. No signs of defeat could be seen. Only a firm conviction could be seen. They focused and attempted to advance within the yellow mist, searching for a way out. Yu Yi of the prime clear lineage led the way, and the two began moving forward. Disturbed by their sword intent and immortal chi, the yellow mist seemed to have a slight reaction. The formation remained motionless. However, under the stimulation, the boundless mist automatically retaliated, causing Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi to have a harder time. However, as the yellow mist became more active, Yu Yi gradually figured out the vague traces of the formation. With the convenience of being of the prime clear lineage, she even vaguely came into contact with the martial intent left behind by the master of the formation. "This," Yu Yi stopped and widened her eyes. "This place is... where did it come from?" Nie Jingshin asked calmly. "While many prime clear formations have been lost, there aren't many that you can't recognize. Based on this, there are only a few possibilities." Yu Yi turned to look at him and spoke slowly. "It's the Lord of Plentiful Treasure." Chapter 1442. Heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Nie Jingshin's eyes narrowed. He looked around and saw the vast expanse of yellow fog in front of him. "So, isn't this place?" The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Immortal Execution Formation." Throughout the ages, the most famous vicious formation was even more famous than the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation. The prime clear lineage of Taoism was a powerful formation that stabilized their foundation and destiny, the number one killing formation throughout the ages. Unfortunately, he hadn't appeared in the world for many years, becoming the most regretful legend of the prime clear lineage. According to rumors, other than the prime clear lord of numinous treasure, only his first disciple, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, knew the complete immortal extermination formation. After the Lord of numinous treasure transcended, and the Lord of Plentiful Treasure went missing, the immortal extermination array was lost. As for the Empyrean of Plentiful Treasure, he was also a famous figure during the ancient investiture of the gods era. But after the ancient era, they vanished without a trace. As for the whereabouts of this prime clear bigwig, there were many different opinions. Two of the most widespread theories were related to the spirited mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Tushita Palace's Taishang Laojun. Of course, Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi had heard from Yen Zhaoga that the two existences weren't the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's transformations. However, the fact that he could be considered to be a Tao ancestor proved the strength and prestige of this prime clear bigwig. He was publicly acknowledged to be one of the grand heavenly immortals who had ascended from the immortal realm to the Tao realm. In actual combat, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure could hardly be considered invincible among the grand heavenly realm. However, as the first disciple of the prime clear heavenly Lord of numinous treasure and one of the oldest heavenly lords of Taoism, the Taoist of Plentiful Treasure was indeed very close to the Tao realm. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure was one of the three great sword cultivators of Taoism that had been praised since ancient times. If Duo Bao Heaven Reverend gathered the four celestial slaying swords and set up the complete celestial slaying formation, then he would undoubtedly be an undefeatable legend under the Tao realm. Exterminating immortals is sharp, slaughtering immortals is deadly, trapping immortals is red. The transformations of the absolute immortal are boundless. The blood of the great Luo immortals stain their robes. The first few sentences briefly described the characteristics of the prime clear four supreme sword arts, while the last sentence described the invincibility of the immortal extermination formation. Nie Jingshin and Yu Ye's minds were agitated to be able to witness the ominous formation that had been renowned for so many years. It's the sword intent of the Lord of Plentiful Treasures lineage. Moreover, it's the most orthodox lineage. Yu Yi calmed her mind and contemplated for a moment. Then she said with certainty, if the Lord of Plentiful Treasures lineage didn't produce another grand, heavenly immortal, then this place must be the Lord of Plentiful Treasures' handiwork. Nie Jingshin nodded lightly. Yu Yi was of the direct lineage of the incongruous Divine Mother. The roving jade, heavens currently did not have a particularly orthodox, direct descendant of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Yu Yi herself had never come into contact with such a character. However, Yan Zhaoge had come into contact with them before. His immortal slaughtering sword manual was not originally learned from the roving jade heavens. Instead, by chance, he had learned it from the legacy of Taoist Yuan Kang's lineage in the Taoist temple. According to the Taoist temple's records and Taoist Yuan Kang's personal notes, he was the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's direct disciple. After the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure accepted him as his successor. After Yan Zhaoge cultivated the Taoist temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual, he had many interactions with the roving jade heavens. Both sides had many similar discussions regarding the immortal slaughtering sword manual. Currently, Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword manual contained the strengths of both the Plentiful Treasure and incongruence lineages. As for the prime clear sword cultivators in the roving jade heavens who cultivated the immortal slaughtering sword manual, most of them had studied the Taoist temple's immortal slaughtering sword manual when they had sufficient time and energy. Yu Yi was one of them. Through this karmic art, she gradually deduced the identity of this place's owner. Circulate the Taoist temple's lineage's immortal slaughtering sword intent. Don't use your original cultivation, said Nie Jingshin. Yu Yi nodded. That's what I was thinking. Streaks of black, thread-like sword chi floated in the air. They fused with the yellow mist and extended towards the distance. It's smoother than expected. Yu Yi turned around and looked at Nie Jingshin. It's a little strange. However, let's take a look first. Nie Jingshin said, at the very least, we have to find a way out. He looked around. The flow of time here is very peculiar. It seems to be much faster than the outside world. The two continued advancing. The formation remained still, allowing them to continue traversing through it. After a while, other than the yellow mist, golden radiances flickered in front of them. Killing intent was concealed within. However, the deathly stillness originated from the formation itself. It wasn't targeted at Nie Jingshin and Yu Yi. They cautiously approached the formation. As the golden radiances flickered, an altar seemed to be erected at the center. At the same time, the void outside of the formation distorted. Vortexes hovered high up in the sky. They were tightly packed together, resembling a beehive. At this moment, a sword light flew out from one of the void's black holes. Wherever the sword light passed, the zither's melody lingered. When the radiance dissipated, a figure appeared. It was a handsome and refined middle-aged man. The man held a zither in his hand. With a stern expression, he looked down at the deathly stillness of the formation. He was one of the roving Jade Seven, the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, who later parted ways with the roving Jade Heavens. Zhang Buxu held a zither in one hand and a tattered scabbard in the other. At this moment, the scabbard was trembling slightly, pointing towards the formation. Zhang Buxu's gaze was calm as he descended into the formation. The scabbard emitted white radiances, which helped him to separate the yellow mist and opened up a path for him to pass through. After the lofty sovereign disappeared within the formation, the void's black holes continued distorting, revealing a few silhouettes. After observing their surroundings, they immediately descended. They followed the path opened by the lofty sovereign and entered the formation as the yellow fog had yet to disappear. After a while, a third batch of people arrived and entered the silent formation, just like the gourd. While Nie Jingshan and Yu Yi were searching for a way out and exploring the prime clear remnant formation, Yen Zhaoge and the others finally returned to the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the sky beyond skies. Needless to say, Yen Di and Xue Chuqing were reunited. However, there wasn't much time for them to reminisce. Feng Yunsheng, Yen Di, and the others immediately went into seclusion to recover their injuries. Although Yen Zhaoge felt tired, he still rushed towards the pill hall's core pill room. The mother and son were currently there. The core pill room was currently enveloped by a yellowish-brown radiance. Su Fei sat by the door, with his back leaning against the core pill room's door. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge, he nodded. "How are the Astro Sovereign and the others?" Yen Zhaoge pressed his hand on the yellowish-brown radiance and felt the changes within. At the same time, he said, "We don't have to worry about the water devil for now. However, the Astro Sovereign and the others aren't doing too well. At least, there's still hope." As he spoke, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at Su Fei. Chapter 1443. Meeting Yen Zhaoge's gaze, Su Fei smiled. "Now, I am also a grasshopper on a rope, unable to run." His back was against the door of the core pill room. His back was dyed by the earthy yellow radiance, and in front of him there was a light mist that looked like chains wrapped around his body. "It has still been a little too long." Yen Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. "It is because of the earth-splitting pearl." Xue Fei nodded. Following Yen Zhaoge's instructions, he held onto the earth-splitting pearl and waited. When the Earth Devil made his move, the pill hall started suppressing the Earth Devil's intentions of reincarnating using another body. Just relying on the pill hall wasn't enough. Xue Fei brought out the earth-splitting pearl to assist him. Under the two suppressions, the Earth Devil's revival was delayed. Yen Zhaoge had intended for the two extinct devils to attack at the same time. Using his current method, he would hold one of them back, creating a rare time gap. With that, the Taoism experts would be able to focus on dealing with the other extinct devils. After dealing with the Water Devil, he immediately rushed back to deal with the Earth Devil. From a macro point of view, the plan had been a success so far. However, during the process of delaying the Earth Devil's rebirth, Xue Fei, who was wielding the earth-splitting pearl, was also bound by its power. In the end, he became a part of the suppression ritual. Now, he was closely related to Shi Jun and his mother, and it was difficult for them to separate. "It doesn't matter. I feel more at ease watching over them." Xue Fei smiled nonchalantly. While Yen Zhaoge was circulating the pill hall, he was also touching the earth-splitting pearl. While helping the suppression ritual to continue working, he was also inspecting it from top to bottom. "That's all we can do now." He sighed. "The Devil Tao is bizarre. Even if we separate ourselves from the pill hall and only use the earth-splitting pearl, you still won't be able to escape. You'll have to travel together with the earth-splitting pearl and June. Su Fei said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The important thing is to subdue the demon." He looked towards Yen Zhaoge. The domain of thousand scales and the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual were consumed by the Water Devil. "Do you have any other ideas regarding the Earth Devil?" "According to what I said last time, we can't rely on the pill hall when it comes to the real deal. Currently, He was borrowing the power of the pill hall to delay the Earth Devil's resurrection. In his current state, he was unable to pull out the Devil's seal, just like what happened to Qin Xuanzong, Chu Lili, and the others previously. If they wanted to remove the Devil's seal, they would have to wait until the great devil had truly begun the process of resurrection. That was why it was said that danger coexisted with opportunity. There was only a thin line between victory and defeat. They could either succeed and eliminate all future troubles, or suffer a crushing defeat and be at the mercy of others. The awkward thing about the pill hall was that they didn't have to worry about exposing their location in their current state. However, when the Earth Devil truly began his rebirth, without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, the location of the great devil's reincarnation body couldn't be hidden from the primordial heart devil and the other peak experts of the Devil Dao. At that time, if he wanted to use the pill hall as his home ground to deal with his opponent, he would definitely be locked onto the awakened sky cosmos. The great demons of the 9 underworlds weren't the only ones who wanted to find the awakened sky cosmos. Other forces were also searching for it. If the demons saw that things weren't going well and spread the news, the experts from the other factions would swarm over. At that time, it was hard to say what would happen to the Earth Devil. Everyone in the awakened sky cosmos would suffer a calamity. An existence like the domain of thousand scales is too rare. We're already considered lucky to be able to find one. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. As for the chaotic, heavenly devil-slaying ritual, we don't have enough raw materials to forge a second one. Xue Fei asked, "How's the situation with your North Ocean clone investigating the Starry River tributary?" To Yan Zhaoge, the Starry River tributary, where he found the bright Connection Emperor's corpse, was naturally the best location. With the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, he alone could fight against an entire army. While it wasn't effective against the Water Devil, it was effective against the Earth Devil, not to mention the great devils attacking from the outside. No, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. The 9 underworlds knew of the Starry River tributary's location. In the past, a grand heavenly realm devil lord fought against Feng Yunxing there. He had personally witnessed the Starry River tributary transforming into the 9 Bends Yellow River. This time, the 9 underworlds had taken precautions against it. When Yan Zhaoge went to investigate again, he saw that the place had already been destroyed. It must have been the Devil Lord's doing. In other words, we're going to fight them head-on? Asked Xue Fei. Yan Zhaoge said, the 9 underworlds is like a street rat. Everyone wants to beat him up. At the very least, that's how it is most of the time. As such, the Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the others couldn't do much. After being repelled by Senior Suo and the others, the Buddhists and demon races experts forced the 9 underworlds into a corner. However, the devil's tracks are unpredictable, and it's ever-changing. There's bound to be some that slip through the net. Yan Zhaoge's eyes emitted a cold glint. Moreover, the Buddhists and demon race aren't reliable either. While they're suppressing the 9 underworlds, they're also targeting us. If it weren't for the demon race's interference, the Astro Sovereign and the others wouldn't have nearly lost their lives. Then, he sighed, in fact, we might even be able to save the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. With that, things would be much easier for us now. Xue Fei lifted the wine pouch and drank a mouthful. His complexion was flushed, but his gaze was clear and calm. Without the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, it's hard to guard against the primordial heart devil's mischief. After all, he doesn't even need to personally descend, and he's already able to affect Little June and the others. I'm waiting for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reply, Yan Zhaoge said. If you want to ask who's the most proficient in dealing with the primordial heart devil's mischief, it's him. Xue Fei nodded silently. Yen Zhaoge performed a spell to stabilize the seal. Then, he opened the core pill room's door and walked in. Xue Fei followed after him. Within the core pill room, Ying Yuzhen was still lying within the ice coffin as if she was in a deep slumber. Shi Jun, on the other hand, had his back leaning against the pill room's wall. He sat in a lotus position and stabilized his body. However, there was a vertical crack on their foreheads from which a yellowish radiance seeped out. It was heavy and desolate, sinister and ominous. Through the crack and the yellowish radiance, Shi Jun felt as if he was looking into the abyss of darkness. He couldn't help but immerse himself within. Sensing someone entering, Shi Jun opened his eyes. Upon seeing Yen Zhaoge and Xue Fei, his expression became much more relaxed. "Little Jun, I'll now explain to you the process of the Astro Sovereign and the others removing the devilish seal. You can use it as a reference," said Yen Zhaoge solemnly. Shi Jun's expression became serious again, and he looked at Yen Zhaoge seriously. Due to Ying Yuzhen's loss of consciousness, the removal of the devilish seal was mainly done by Shi Jun. The great devil that chose him as the embodiment of reincarnation was the Earth Devil's subordinate. From a certain perspective, they shared the same origins. Shi Jun could also become the Earth Devil's embodiment. Only he wasn't as suitable as his mother. After all, the Earth Devil was the master, while he was the follower. It would be extremely difficult for him to remove the devilish seal. Yet, no one else could do it for him. Shi Jun listened to Yen Zhaoge's words. When he heard about the anti-devil countering rune, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 1444. Seeing Shi Jun's appearance, Yen Zhaoge and Xue Fei exchanged looks. "Little Jun, the reason why the Astro Sovereign could use the anti-devil countering rune so smoothly was because of his high cultivation. Besides, the water demon was the only one they were dealing with." Yen Zhaoge said seriously, "As for you and your mother, you will be facing 2 demons. Even if you want to use the anti-devil countering curse to sacrifice yourself to save your mother, the result will not be optimistic." Yen Zhaoge sighed. "I also imparted the anti-devil countering rune to you so that you would be able to adapt to the situation at the final moment, having another choice. It was not for you to have the idea of sacrificing yourself right from the start." Shi Jun lowered his head in silence as his thoughts were exposed. You have to know that being unafraid of death and being prepared to die from the very beginning are 2 different things. Yen Zhaoge stared at him. The latter's state of mind is too depressed. It's not beneficial for him to fight against the devils. Instead, the devils might be able to find a loophole. Shi Jun's expression changed as he sucked in a deep breath and straightened his expression. "Yes, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, I understand. Although the Earth Devil is the master, and the Devil Monarch who wishes to use your body to reincarnate is the assistant, your own cultivation realm is much higher than your mother's," Xue Fei said. "When the time comes, you'll most likely be the one in control. Calm yourself down." "Yes, Master," Shi Jun replied solemnly. Yen Zhaoge came before the ice coffin, gazing down at the features of the slumbering woman within. His usually gentle and tranquil face, at this moment, under the illumination of the earthy yellow evil light, actually appeared somewhat sinister. Under the light, the woman's face seemed to distort, as if it had transformed into another face, currently staring gloomily and silently at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge pressed down on the ice coffin, numerous runes, extending with his palm as the center, instantly filling the entire ice coffin. He did not let go. Instead, he continued standing where he was. "My father and Yunsheng are currently recuperating. I'll stay here with you and wait for news from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor." Shi Jun nodded lightly. Shuefei's body was wrapped in chain-like light mist, but he didn't care and directly sat on the ground. As Yan Zhaoge paid attention to Ying Yuzhen's situation, he also paid attention to Shi Jun's situation. From the looks of it, Shi Jun was stable in all aspects. With the help of the pill hall and the earth-splitting pearl, although devilish light was faintly visible from the crack on his forehead, he was still in a suppressed state. Of course, with the passage of time, Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's situation had been deteriorating, becoming more and more unstable. Although the rate of change was very slow, the situation was still developing in a disadvantageous direction. As time passed, the changes became more and more obvious. After who knew how long, Yan Zhaoge's expression suddenly changed. Shuefei looked at him, and he nodded. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has sent a message. After his palm left the ice coffin, Yan Zhaoge exited the core pill room and the pill hall, standing on the peak of the broad Creed Mountain, looking up at the sky. A sword light flashed in the sky above the sky. The sword light landed in front of Yan Zhaoge, revealing the figure of the sword sovereign, Yu Xinbei. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has agreed to help. As Yu Xinbei spoke, he handed over a jade disc. This is his wish. Yan Zhaoge received it. With a swipe of his palm, radiance was emitted from the jade disc, with numerous runes appearing in midair. After skimming through the runes, joy appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Previously, I was worried that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's method would require a fixed location. From the looks of it now, we have a relatively flexible space. With this, my idea might be able to be put into practice. As he spoke, he ordered someone to contact the roving Jade, Heavens, Gao Qingxian, and the others. Yu Xinbei asked, "The fourth plan that we previously discussed." "That's right." Yan Zhaoge nodded. He clasped his palms together and spread them apart, causing radiance to blossom. Then, the radiance expanded, and a divine vessel appeared. Its size continued expanding, and it hovered in midair. In the end, this massive divine vessel obscured the sky and concealed the sun in midair, casting a dark shadow over the summit of broad Creed Mountain. The vessel's appearance was similar to the riding wind heavenly vessel. However, its scale was much larger, and the strength contained within was much stronger. This time, we'll have to rely on the roving Jade Heavens. Yu Xinbei raised his head and looked at the divine vessel. Although the Vine Sovereign perished, the responsibility doesn't lie with you, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Yan Zhaoge consoled. Senior Gao and the others are reasonable. This time, we're fighting against the devils together. Even if we have any personal grudges, it'll be settled after this battle. Currently, everyone is working together. Yu Xinbei nodded. I'm not worried about this. I feel deeply regretful for Li Ziding's perishment, but my conscience is clear. However, if the roving Jade Heavens want an explanation after this battle, I'll give it to them. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. Yu Xinbei shook his head. I won't let myself be slaughtered. Don't worry about me, Zhaoge. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm more worried about Jingxin and Junior Apprentice Nephew Yu. I still haven't received any news from them. After this battle, immediately look for them, said Yan Zhaoge in a deep tone. Take care of this battle first, said Yu Xinbei. After receiving the news, Feng Yansheng and Yan Di arrived at the peak of the mountain. Although Yan Di's current state of mind wasn't perfect, his aura wasn't weak anymore. He was recovering very well. Feng Yansheng's appearance didn't look any different, and she didn't suffer any losses. Still, her recovery took much longer than Yan Di's. When fighting with others, it was necessary to hold back and not unleash all of one's power. However, it did not affect his normal attacks. Let's do it. After the few of them exchanged glances, Feng Yansheng and Yu Xinbei boarded the warship first. Yan Di remained where he was, the grand simplicity splendor cloud above his head that resembled both a clump of clouds and a lotus flower expanding unceasingly. In the end, it almost covered the divine boat in the sky and the mountains on the ground at the same time. Yen Zhaoge entered the pill hall after a short while. The pill hall seemed to tremble. Then, an earthy yellow light shone at the entrance of the pill hall and was engulfed by Yendi's grand simplicity splendor cloud. The earthy yellow luster was faintly discernible as it traveled through the chaotic and blurry clouds. Very quickly, it moved from the entrance of the pill hall to the divine vessel in the sky. The grand simplicity splendor cloud suddenly retracted and returned to the divine boat. Then, the huge ship rode the wind of the 9 heavens and sailed through the void sea. It quickly broke through the heaven beyond realm and sailed into the universe. The divine boat traveled through the universe and arrived near the roving jade heaven. For streaks of sword lights flew out from the roving jade heavens and landed on the deck of the divine vessel. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and Long Xueji were all present. Thank you, Senior Gao. Yen Zhaoge did not get up from his seated position. He extended his hands forward between his palms, hovering a clump of light. 3 figures were faintly discernible in the ball of light. Let's go. Gao Qingxian, who had already received the notice beforehand, took over Feng Yunqing's position and became the ship's helmsman. Streaks of dark red sword lights surged from Gao Qingxuan's body, interweaving in the air. The surface of the huge boat seemed to be plated with a layer of red light. The red light grew brighter and brighter until it covered the entire divine boat. Then, as the radiance circulated, the only thing left in the dark universe was a gigantic dark red sword. With a flash of sword light, it instantly left the awakened sky cosmos and entered the void's outskirts. Remember the mobile URL. Chapter 1445. The dark red giant sword cut through the void and instantly passed through layers of time and space. After flying for a while, he suddenly came to a stop in a certain universe. There, a clear radiance suddenly appeared in the darkness, as if the lunar eclipse had ended and the moon had reappeared. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing's figure appeared. She looked at the huge dark red sword in surprise. The sword light suddenly disappeared, revealing the appearance of the huge flying ship, not the riding wind, heavenly vessel. Ling Qing sized it up. It's a little similar to the heavenly quartz divine palace's heavenly river vessel before the great calamity. However, it's different as well. It's improved in other aspects. While thinking about it, she boarded the huge ship. The moment they boarded the ship, the dark red sword light appeared once again and covered the entire divine boat. Then, it turned into a dark red treasure sword once again. It cut through space and time and disappeared instantly. Yen Zhaoge sat in a lotus position on the ship and nodded. Exalted lunar luminary, thank you for your hard work. This is your fellow disciple, the Earth Devil's reincarnation physique. Ling Qing looked at the clump of light hovering between Yen Zhaoge's palms and the silhouette within. That's right. Please take care of the exalted lunar luminary later, said Yen Zhaoge. A deep, heavy, and ruthless aura of threat had already spread out from within. After leaving the pill hall, he could no longer obstruct the Earth Devil's revival. He was about to step onto the path of rebirth. I'll try my best. Ling Qing nodded. Yen Zhaoge took out the jade disc given by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and struck it upwards. The dark red greatsword shuttled through space and time without stopping for even a moment. Layers of lightning appeared on the jade disc. The lightning condensed and did not dissipate. It was like a mirror that was hidden within the sword light. Yen Zhaoge finally got up now, bringing that clump of light down into the cabin. Gao Qingxian remained standing on the deck. Feng, Yinsheng, Yan Di, and Long Shueji accompanied her, while the others followed behind Yin Zhaoge into the cabin. There was a quiet room in the cabin, and there was nothing else in the room except a pool. Yin Zhaoge carefully sank the clump of light that was already growing more and more restless and unstable into the depths of the pool. Ripples appeared on the green water in the pond, and the water level quickly dropped, as if it was about to be sucked dry by the yellow light. But very quickly, a sapling sprouted and quickly grew, turning into a straight tree trunk with lush foliage. The green tree took root at the bottom of the pond. The water in the pond gradually dried up, but the ball of light also disappeared. Only the roots of the tree flickered, with an earthy yellow light. Yin Zhaoge continuously wrote all sorts of talismans and runes, which transformed into numerous talisman formations. The talisman formations enveloped the newly reborn tree's surroundings, aiding the trio in dealing with the Earth Devil and the other devil, who were already reviving. "It seems like the exalted solar luminary can't leave," said Yin Zhaoge casually as he arranged everything. Ling Qing's gaze remained calm as she answered calmly. "He only said that he's busy. I don't know what he's busy with." Yin Zhaoge nodded and sat in a lotus position. He stared at the tree trunk in front of him. The 9 underworld's devils should be coming to assist the Earth Devil. At this moment, the demons in the void were indeed restless. For the sake of the Water Devil and the Earth Devil, numerous top-notch great devils had emerged from the 9 underworlds. Devilish flames filled the skies. However, after being jointly attacked by Taoism, Buddhism, and the demon race, the 9 underworlds couldn't withstand the great devil experts' combined attacks. After the Water Devil perished, once again, the staunchest Taoism experts no longer pressured the 9 underworlds, which made the 9 underworlds feel more relaxed. However, the other forces were still attacking the 9 underworlds, which brought them immense pressure. Even the top-notch Devil Lord had to be careful. If they were careless, they might be surrounded. In comparison, Taoism's grand heavenly immortals were much more relaxed. They kept their eyes on the great devils of the same level. Now that the Earth Devil was reviving, they couldn't act recklessly. However, when the other devils felt the signs of the Earth Devil's revival, their emotions surged. The great devils that weren't targeted and could move freely started taking action. Within the void's boundless outskirts, an old man silently stood by the starry sky and gazed afar. Beneath his feet was a long silhouette that was illuminated by the starlight. Only this silhouette landed within the empty void. Although it wasn't supported by any physical body, it still existed. "It's moving." A voice suddenly resounded from within the shadow. The old man nodded. "Yes, it's moving. For those below the grand, heavenly immortal realm, it's quite fast. Without the domain of 1,000 scales, without that strange ritual, and without the intention to expose the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall, they decided to give up their geographical advantage and fight against us while constantly moving." A voice resounded from within the shadow. "If we can't shake off our opponents, we won't be able to capture them." The old man smiled. "Let our subordinates do it. If they aren't fast enough, we won't be able to chase after them. We can only try to surround them. The orthodox Taoism's new grand heavenly immortal, Suo Mingzhong, counters you too much. Otherwise, you might be able to think of a way." After hearing the old man's words, the shadow pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Now that those obstructions are gone, you should be able to deal with them and help the Earth Devil, right?" "I can't. I've already tried." The old man shook his head. "It should be the South Pole's doing. He left and no longer bothered us. Instead, he went to protect his juniors." Now that the 9 underworlds was facing the alliance of the 3 factions, they felt as if their limbs were tied up. They couldn't shake off their opponents. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was relatively free. He could free himself and defend against the primordial heart devil's omnipresent corrosion. It's here again. The old man looked towards the faraway void. There, the dark, starry sky suddenly became radiant. Many powerful auras gathered here. Buddhist chants and great demons' roars intertwined. While they were wary of each other, they focused their attention on the old man and the shadow. The shadow gradually faded and disappeared. The old man's figure floated backward and flew into the stars, disappearing within the starfire's sunlight. However, the horrifying devilish chi that shook the entire universe became more and more intense, preventing the enemy from gaining the upper hand. A battle erupted between the two sides once again. On the other hand, the divine vessel that Yen Zhaoge and the others were riding on transformed into a dark red sword. It slashed through the void and continuously traversed through different universes without stopping. Gao Qingxian, who was inside the sword light and the divine vessel's helm, raised her head and saw the mirror formed by lightning flickering nonstop. Streaks of formless thunderbolts seemed to be descending from the sky. There were no signs, no reason, and no traces of them could be found. However, amidst the thunderous rumbles, there seemed to be an endless stream of demon ghosts on the vessel. Before they could truly emerge, they were all shattered by the formless thunderbolts. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1446. Everyone on the divine ship was inside the dark red light sword, traversing through the universe, roaming the star sea and the heavens, flying continuously. However, without the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, the heart devil's illusory and shapeless presence could still infiltrate the vessel and take effect. Within the cabin, beside the tree, Yen Zhaoge and the others' hearts jolted. They could feel their state of mind fluctuating. At the root of the tree, a yellow clump of radiance flickered even more intensely. Everyone within the cabin stabilized their state of mind while observing this scene with a solemn expression. They could already feel the birth of the heart devil just by getting close to it, let alone Su Fei, Shi Jun, and Ying Yuzhen within the clump of radiance. While the primordial heart devil didn't come, he still had a way to assist the resurrected earth devil. However, whenever the heart devil within everyone's heart showed any signs of showing itself, thunder would resound by their ears. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard, yet no sparks of electricity could be seen. However, as long as thunder resounded, the heart devil that was attempting to wreak havoc would vanish with a bang. The formless thunder that originated from the depths of one's heart originated from the thunder light mirror hovering high above the ship. It was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's handiwork. While the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't descend upon this world like the primordial heart devil, his miraculous authority allowed him to fight against the primordial heart devil from afar. Currently, the primordial heart devil had to deal with the other grand heavenly realm experts' attacks. He wasn't in his peak condition either. As such, he couldn't achieve any results in his domain, no matter if it was Yen Zhaoge and the others, or the trio within the clump of radiance. They only needed to tidy themselves up slightly before they could regain their composure. Without having to worry about the heart devil, everyone could focus on dealing with the earth devil's resurrection crisis. Yen Zhaoge continuously wrote runes after runes in the air, which landed on the tree's trunk. Ling Qing, Long Xingquan, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the others stood around the tree. According to Yen Zhaoge's guidance, they manifested runes one after another. Harvey's talisman formations surrounded the tree, continuously reinforcing it. Under the external assistance, within the clump of radiance at the bottom of the tree, Shi Jun formed a seal with one hand and tapped between his brows with the other. Dark, yellow light flowed out from the wound on his forehead. In front of Shurjun, his mother, Yunjin, had already broken out of the ice coffin and was floating in midair. At this moment, Yunjin's face was expressionless as she opened her eyes. But she didn't wake up. What occupied her eyes was a dark yellow and black brilliance, deep and heavy, yet cold and merciless. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Shurjun looked at his mother's face. It was his dream to have his mother's soul awaken, but definitely not like now. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Shurjun followed Yan Zhaoga's instructions and directly tapped out with his finger. A jade-green ray of light traversed the distance between the two and tunneled into the crack between Yunjin's brows. Between the two of them, there was a point on the dark green light that was becoming thicker and bigger, like a knot. The speck of light kept expanding until it turned into a ball of light. The ball of light reflected the appearance of the large tree in the outside world. Then, Shurjun raised both his hands and clapped them together, causing a dull sound to resound. Following this action, the dark yellow devilish light that surged out from the crack between his and Yunjin's brows involuntarily gathered together. Then, they followed the jade-green ray of light and converged at the ball of light in the middle. As the dark yellow devilish light converged, the tree within the ball of light gradually started withering. However, the great devils that were attempting to reincarnate by relying on the two's bodies were currently roaring furiously and intensely struggling. The jade-green ray of light trembled and was about to collapse. Without the help of the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual, it would be extremely difficult for a human to fight against a great devil of such a level. At this moment, Xue Fei, who was sitting quietly by the side, extended his finger. Under his guidance, the earth-splitting pearl's spiritual energy transformed into rays of chain-like lights. They leaped out from all directions and bound Shurjun and his mother. After being bound by the chains, the great devil's roars instantly became much deeper. The jade-green ray of light maintained its stability and returned to normal. The ritual continued operating, extracting rays of devilish light and devilish intent, which converged within the ball of light in midair. Outside, within the vision of Yan Zhaoga and the others, the tree that was surrounded by everyone started withering. Upon seeing this, instead of feeling worried, everyone rejoiced. Yan Zhaoga's expression was calm and orderly. His actions became faster and faster and more concentrated. More talismans flew out from his fingertips. The patterns on them were even more profound, and their sizes were much smaller. Countless talismans landed on the green tree in front of them. Only this time, they weren't engraved on the tree trunk. Instead, they landed on the tree leaves. A talisman landed on every leaf. Under the enhancement of these talismans, the withering tree stopped its decline, as if it had regained its vitality. Along with Shurjun and Xue Fei's efforts, the tree's signs of withering increased. However, with Yan Zhaoga and the others' help, the tree's withering speed was greatly reduced, allowing it to withstand more pressure and last longer. With the development of the situation, everyone became spirited. As long as they could last longer than the two great devils, they would be able to eliminate the devilish intents first. That would be their victory. The great devil's path of revival would be blocked, and they wouldn't be able to do anything. Yan Zhaoga and the others' plan was half successful. The other half would depend on whether they could withstand the pressure from the other side. The dark red sword traversed through the universe, faster than the speed of lightning. When the sword light passed by a universe, devilish chi suddenly overflowed, and devilish intents grew. A ruthless great devil's figure appeared from the surging black fog. Without any fear, he pounced towards the dark red sword, wanting to obstruct its path. However, the majestic dark red swordlight's speed was too fast. With a flash in midair, it had already bypassed the great devil. The sword light didn't have any intention of counterattacking. Instead, it continued advancing and instantly disappeared from this universe. The great devil was unwilling to give up and chased after the sword light. However, no matter how hard he tried, the distance between the two was only getting further and further. In the end, the sword light completely vanished without a trace. The great devil could only helplessly stop in his tracks. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, and the others recuperated, which gave the 9 underworlds ample time to deploy their forces. Although the 9 underworlds was currently restricted, with the primordial heart devil, the wood devil, and other grand heavenly realm devil lords unable to escape, other evil devils were continuously leaving the 9 underworlds. As they scattered, many of them managed to gather their forces and rushed towards the Earth Devil's location. However, those whose cultivation hadn't reached the grand heavenly realm wouldn't be able to catch up to the dark red sword light. The reason why Gao Qingxian was manning the helm was because she executed the immortal trapping sword manual while in the virtual immortal realm. With the assistance of the flying vessel, her speed was so fast that most devils vomited blood. The dark red sword light didn't stop for even a moment. With its speed advantage, it broke through one blockade after another, rendering the great devils helpless. Chapter 1447, Chinese website, providing you with interesting reading material. The immortal trapping sword slashed through space, and its speed was top-notch to begin with. While Gao Qingxian had only entered the virtual immortal realm not too long ago, her main body and clone's dual sword amalgamation unleashed the immortal trapping sword manual together. As such, their speed was much faster than a single person. Originally, if she were to bring others along, her speed might be slowed down. At the same time, it wouldn't be beneficial for Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen to use the ritual to remove the devilish intent. However, Yan Zhaoge continuously improved upon the heavenly river vessel. He gave up on many of its original functions and only strengthened a few of them, creating a unique divine vessel. When an immortal realm expert piloted the vessel, they would complement each other, resulting in the vessel's overall speed reaching a whole new level. With this divine vessel, not only could Shi Jun, Su Fei, and Ying Yuzhen travel together, even Yan Zhaoge and the others could travel together. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights were already extremely fast to begin with. When she piloted the vessel, the dark red sword lights transformed into reached the pinnacle of speed. Few grand virtual realm experts could match up to her. With the grand heavenly realm bigwigs restraining each other, Yan Zhaoge's group's speed advantage was displayed to its fullest. The dark red sword flew and continuously teleported, bypassing one opponent after another. Not only were the great devils pursuing them, but even the Buddhists and demon race experts joined in, attempting to obstruct Yan Zhaoge's group. In the beginning, they acted immediately. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly. The demon race's great sage, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, was feared by many, including other grand heavenly realm experts, precisely because of his extreme speed. The group of experts surrounding the dark red sword all felt the same, which was an extreme headache. Time continued to pass as they chased after the great sage. Yan Zhaoge and the others made use of their speed advantage in exchange for time and space. Time continued to pass. While the dark red sword was fleeing, the suppression of the Earth Devil was also ongoing. The 9 underworld's devils that were pursuing and intercepting the Earth Devil could sense that his position was constantly changing. Within the sword-light flying ship, the Earth Devil's devilish intent was fluctuating. Various signs indicated that the Earth Devil might follow in the footsteps of the Water Devil in the long run. This made the great demons extremely anxious and furious. The experts of the monster race and the Buddhist sects weren't as anxious as the demons of the netherworld. Compared to the Taoism survivors, preventing the Earth Devil from reviving was still their primary objective. However, blocking Yin Zhaoge and the others was also their wish. As a result, the demon race and Buddhist sect had loosened some of their restrictions on the 9 underworlds, allowing the great devils to make arrangements more easily. As a result, more and more evil devils gathered. Making use of the advantage of knowing the general location of Yin Zhaoge and the others, they arranged an even larger encirclement in advance. Then, the encirclement shrank, wanting to limit the space and time that the dark red sword could move to within a certain range, so that they could intercept and kill it. Even if they were shaken off by the dark red sword light, they would cooperate with each other and change their positions. Taking advantage of the interception time, they would rearrange the encirclement. Gao Qingxian steered the flying vessel and shifted through the void again, tearing through another universe. But here, there was a great demon waiting for them. And there was more than one. The surging demonic energy connected together, forming a demonic domain. It was as if the 9 underworlds had descended here, sealing off time and space, sealing off all directions. Facing such a seal, even the dark red light sword couldn't easily break through. The divine vessel beneath everyone's feet had been modified. While it was suited to complement Gao Qingxuan's speed, it wasn't able to display the sharpness of her sword intent. If she wanted to display her full prowess, her speed would inevitably decrease. As long as she slowed down, the enemies would immediately surround her. By then, it would be extremely difficult to increase her speed. Along the way, the dark red light sword didn't clash head-on with the enemies. Most of the time, it relied on its speed to escape. After interacting with Yin Zhaoge and the others for a period of time, the other party gradually realized this. Now, they wanted to work together to obstruct the dark red light sword. However, Gao Qingxuan's expression remained the same. The dark red sword continued flying forward, flashing in midair, and continued rushing forward. As the red light flickered, it flickered within the void and instantly attacked a great devil. It was a devil monarch equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal. Due to its extreme speed, the devil monarch was the only one facing the swordlight's attack. The devil monarch's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at the incoming dark red swordlight and didn't retreat. Instead, he was like a mountain facing a torrent, intending to face it head-on. At this moment, no one could help him. He was the only one facing the sword's edge. However, under such circumstances, he was confident that he could block this sword and force Yin Zhaoge's group to stop in their tracks, trapping them here. Boundless devilish qis converged and transformed into a dark ocean, preparing to receive this sword that transcended the concept of time. However, at this moment, a layer of faint purple radiance suddenly appeared on the dark red sword's edge. Purple radiance flickered on the edge, and the dark red sword seemed to have transformed into the unstoppable edge of the great Tao. It split the heavens and earth apart, carrying on the past and ending history. The horrifying torrent contained the transformation of the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable momentum, it crushed its way forward. Within it contained the concept of eras changing, breaking through the old, and welcoming the new, which allowed the dark red sword to slash through the dark devilish ocean. The devil monarch let out a groan. As the purple radiance flickered, his devilish essence vaguely felt as if it had turned stiff. Although it couldn't harm his 5 qis unification physique, he wasn't confident enough to face the dark red sword's edge. In the end, he was forced to retreat. The dark red sword brushed past him without any hesitation. It rushed out of the devilish domain through the opening he left behind, shifting space, and immediately flew into another universe. Under the sword light, Gao Qingxuan's expression remained the same, and she continued steering the ship. At the bow of the ship, Yin Di stood proudly. The formless saber formed by the grand, illusory spatial thunder pointed forward. With an unstoppable momentum, it supported the flying ship and combined with Gao Qingxuan's sword light. The dark red sword continued traversing through the boundless void, avoiding its opponents one after another. However, as the devil experts gathered, someone finally managed to keep up with the dark red sword's speed. Evidently, the devil monarch specialized in this. As he flew and shifted like a wisp of smoke, he didn't seem any inferior to the golden-winged great roc of the same cultivation realm. This great devil closely followed behind the sword light. When the sword light encountered a place that it had to forcefully break through, its speed would slow down for a moment. Whenever this happened, the smoke-like great devil would get closer to it. Finally, he managed to catch up to the dark red sword and immediately entangled the sword light. However, at this moment, the dark red sword's hilt suddenly turned black. Blue-black devilish flames seemed to be burning on its hilt, bringing an end to the world. The black flames formed an impassable chasm, isolating the wisp of smoke and stopping his pursuit. The brutal saber intent rampaged and clashed with the devil monarch. The devil monarch's figure stiffened, and he remained where he was. The dark red sword light flickered, and he immediately disappeared. His opponent's pursuit was in vain. Under the sword light, Feng Yunsheng stood quietly at the stern of the divine vessel. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she held onto her black saber. Mobile users, please browse read for a better reading experience. Chapter 1448, with Yen Di leading the way and Feng Yunsheng bringing up the rear. Gao Qingxian no longer had to worry about many things, allowing her to focus on controlling her sword lights. Her main body and clone unleashed the celestial trapping sword at the same time, combining with the divine boat beneath them. Their speed was so fast that not many grand virtual realm cultivators could match up to them. The dark red greatsword flew forward, breaking through layers upon layers of obstructions. It galloped through the endless void, sweeping away everything in its path. The group of great demons was helpless. They surrounded and tried to intercept it, but the sword light always broke through it. Since the Earth Devil's resurrection was involved, the infernal devils weren't willing to give up. Even if they were to be left behind, they would still constantly adjust their positions to intercept and chase after the Earth Devil. What made Yen Zhaoga's group even more pressured was the fact that the group of Buddhist bigwigs and demon race experts had joined in the interception. Just like when the water demon was resurrected, the Buddhist sect and the demon clan also planned to kill the great demon and use his body to be reborn. At the same time, Yen Zhaoga and the others were also left behind. Previously, the water devil still had plenty of opportunities. But now, regardless of whether the Earth Devil succeeded in reviving or not, Yen Zhaoga and the others would definitely think of another way to retreat and stop tangling with the 9 underworlds. If they managed to escape, it would be extremely difficult to find them and the awakened sky cosmos. Therefore, the Buddhists and the demon race also began to attempt to encircle the dark red giant sword that was constantly moving in the void. However, let alone cooperating with the demons of the netherworld, the Western Pure Land was also in conflict with the monster race. Although the 3 sects were currently besieging the successor of the Tao sect, each of them acted on their own and did not have the slightest tacit understanding. It was already commendable that they could restrain themselves from a major conflict. However, this way, with more and more people participating in the encirclement, the difficulty of Yen Zhaoga and the others breaking out of the encirclement became increasingly greater. Suddenly, a streak of golden light flashed by. Taking advantage of the others' obstruction, it instantly approached the dark red sword light. The figure of a middle-aged Taoist appeared in the golden light. He was the son of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, the demon race's little saint Fuluazi, among the grand virtual realm experts. He was one of the strongest in terms of speed. As Yen Zhaoga and the others broke through the obstruction, their speed slowed down slightly, and Fuluazi caught up to them. In his golden-winged rock form, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he flapped his wings, and rays of golden light engulfed the dark red giant sword like a storm. Streaks of dark saber light appeared on the sword hilt, sweeping through the area and chopping down the great pung feathers that were like a meteor shower. Fuluazi's gaze turned cold, and he remained calm. First, he ensured that he wouldn't be left behind. Only then did he attempt to restrict Yen Zhaoga's group's footsteps. At the same time, the other experts also attacked from the side, attacking the dark red sword light from afar. Regardless of whether it was the dark red greatsword or Fuluazi, their speed was extremely fast. Although many people had already estimated the amount of advance, their attacks still fell on thin air. When the terrifying attack that could destroy heaven and earth descended, the sword light had already left its original spot and flew elsewhere. However, there were many people attacking, and the attacks were concentrated. In the end, a few people succeeded in hitting the dark red greatsword. It was a hasty strike, and its power was limited. However, those who could hit the dark red sword gleam must have achieved the 5 Qis unifications and ascended to the great virtual realm. Even a casual attack from them could easily overwhelm a profound immortal. Every time the dark red greatsword was struck, the sword light would tremble in midair. Yan Di and Feng Yunsheng were in the lead. One was in charge of clearing the path, while the other was in charge of dealing with the pursuing Fuluazi. Currently, neither of them had the attention to spare. Affected by this, the swordlight's speed seemed to have slowed down slightly. Everyone was overjoyed and wanted to continue attacking. However, a layer of chilling white radiance suddenly appeared on the surface of the dark red swordlight, which circulated around the sword's blade. Most of the external attacks were dispelled by the white radiance, which no longer affected them. Under the swordlight, Gao Qingxian and her clone stood unmoving. As for her son, Long Xueji, he sat in a lotus position on the deck. A long sword was stabbed into the deck in front of him. Beside Gao Qingxian stood the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. She came out from the ship's cabin and helped Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, and Gao Qingxian to share the pressure. With Ling Qing's assistance, the dark red greatsword accelerated once again. However, other than Fuluazi, the smoke-like devil monarch also reappeared in everyone's sight and gradually caught up to them. Without a doubt, the outcome would be extremely disadvantageous if 2 opponents with comparable speed caught up to them. However, just as the devil monarch was about to reach them, the dark red sword light suddenly changed its direction. Gao Qingxian and her clone unleashed their swords simultaneously, reversing the universe. The dark red sword light abruptly slashed towards Fuluazi, who was following closely behind them. Flying in the void, shuttling back and forth between layers of different space-time, there was no direction to speak of. However, Fuluazi had a deep understanding of the changes in the void. As he and the dark red greatsword rotated within the void, their fight became a straight line. Currently, within his vision, the swordlight's head and tail instantly reversed, changing its direction and thrusting towards him. Although Fuluazi was shocked, he didn't panic. Not only was he fast, but he was also one of the top grand virtual realm experts in the demon race. However, at this instant, purple, white, black, and red radiances shone on the sword's edge with unstoppable momentum. Fuluazi's expression changed slightly. He could only retreat to the side and evade the attack. The sword light traversed through the air, bypassing Fuluzi, and rushed out of the encirclement before the smoke-like devil monarch arrived. Everyone else's attacks from afar missed their target as well. Continue chasing after them. If we continue this, the space they have will only shrink. Fuluzi's expression remained calm. He transformed into a great rock and spread his wings, chasing after the dark red greatsword once again. The other experts did the same as well. However, the 9 underworld's devils seemed even more anxious, and they were already feeling extremely anxious. The demon race and Buddhism's target wasn't just the Earth Devil's reincarnation. It also included Yen Zhaoge and the others. However, to the 9 underworld's infernal devils, the Earth Devil's reincarnation might fail if they couldn't end the battle as soon as possible. They could clearly feel the Earth Devil's aura growing increasingly unstable within the dark red swordlight. Within the Divine Vessel's cabin, Yu Jinbei, Long Xingchuan, and Taoist Cloud Conquest had already left. They ascended the deck and assisted Feng, Yunsheng, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others in facing off against the enemy. Yen Zhaoge remained within the cabin. His hand seals were constantly changing, and he continuously unleashed one talisman after another, which landed on the tree in front of him. The tree was no longer green, and its branches and leaves had already withered. However, the ritual to seal the Earth Devil's reincarnation was nearing its end. Shijun and the others had a high chance of succeeding. But right at this moment, outside the cabin, above the deck, the floating lightning mirror suddenly trembled, and the mirror light dimmed. 7410. Chapter 1449. The mirror formed by the thunderbolts seemed to have been covered in dust, and its radiance dimmed. As the mirror's radiance gradually faded, the unceasing, formless thunderous roars also faded. To Feng Yinsheng, Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others on the deck, the disappearance of the thunderous roars didn't affect them much. However, to Shijun and the others who were fighting against the Earth Devil in the cabin, this attack was akin to taking their lives. Even Yen Zhaoge, who was standing in front of the withered tree, felt that something was amiss. Ripples suddenly surfaced within his originally tranquil heart. Moreover, the ripples came one after another without stopping. At this moment, the inner devil within his heart grew uncontrollably. Bizarre, illusory images even vaguely appeared before his eyes. The primordial heart devil. Yen Zhaoge was shocked. He understood that he was too close to the Earth Devil. The primordial heart devil was taking advantage of the situation to affect his mental state, resulting in the birth of an inner devil. He immediately circulated his technique and forcefully stabilized his fluctuating emotions. He didn't use the Heart's Will Heavenly Scripture or other techniques to stabilize his mental state. He also didn't circulate the Faceless Devil Scripture or other devilish techniques. Yen Zhaoge's heart seemed to have transformed into chaos. There was no past, no future, no beginning, and no end. Even his inner devil couldn't survive. After forcefully stabilizing his mental state, Yen Zhaoge's gaze regained its calmness. It wasn't a coincidence that the primordial heart devil had successfully infiltrated his mind. Either he had suddenly grown stronger, or something had happened to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who had been helping him earlier. Yen Zhaoge's heart sank as he felt the thunderbolts mirror above the divine vessel slowly dissipating. Under the current circumstances, even if the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had any other plans, he would only take action after the Earth Devil had perished. Currently, his rituals suddenly became unstable, and its effects weakened. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was most likely facing a powerful foe, which prevented him from caring about the Earth Devil. Although the Primordial Heart Devil was also fighting against someone, this was his specialty. After all, he could infiltrate through every nook and cranny. Previously, due to the 9 underworlds being besieged, the Taoism experts were in a much more relaxed state. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was able to free himself from the Earth Devil's encirclement while guarding against others. Now, it was evident that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a new opponent to deal with, an enemy that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had to treat seriously was most likely a grand heavenly realm expert. It was just that with this, the situation on Yen Zhaoga's side took a sudden turn for the worse. Without the suppression of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual and the other supreme treasures, the Heart Devil would wreak havoc and directly affect Shi Jun and the others who were fighting against the Earth Devil. Yen Zhaoga clenched his teeth, leaping into the air as he flew towards the roots of the withered tree before him. Transforming into a streak of light, he instantly entered the clump of light buried at the roots of the tree. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt demonic qi overflowing in all directions. Previously, they were so close to sealing the demons and blocking their path to rebirth, but now the good situation had completely turned into a foul atmosphere. There was only a thin line between victory and defeat. Once the tables were turned, it would no longer be a tug of war. Instead, they would instantly fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, from the sky to the abyss. At this moment, the situation had become one where the devils were about to establish their momentum. Heavy and heavy, a terrifying devilish intent that caused one to feel stifled and suffocated filled the surrounding area, causing Yen Zhaoga to feel as though he too had been pressed into the depths of the earth. Ying Yuzhen's eyes had already opened. Her pupils were pitch black, and the crack on her forehead was slowly healing up. An earthy yellow radiance continuously flickered. She turned around and looked at Yen Zhaoga. "We meet again." Her tone belonged to the primordial heart devil. Opposite her, Shi Jun sat on the ground. His body was trembling nonstop, and his sweat was dripping down profusely. However, his gaze remained resolute amidst his struggle, and he refused to yield to the devils. The crack on his forehead seemed to have come to life, and it kept twisting. A voice resounded from within. "Zhong Yuan greets the Heart Devil." Ying Yuzhen smiled and nodded. By the side, Su Fei sat in a lotus position and formed hand seals with both hands. His face was filled with sweat as well, and his gaze was constantly fluctuating. However, he still maintained his clarity as he forcefully stabilized his mind. "Yen Zhaoga, how about we make a deal?" The primordial heart devil, who had the appearance of Ying Yuzhen, said calmly, "Can you help this old man bring the Earth Devil and Zhong Yuan away from here?" After looking at Su Fei, Ying Yuzhen smiled and said, "This old man will return your fellow disciple to you safely." Without a doubt, Yen Zhaoga was talking about helping them leave. After all, regardless of whether it was the Earth Devil or the Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan, their reincarnations, Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun, were still too weak compared to Yen Zhaoga, the Taoism experts outside, and even the Buddhist and demon race experts. While reincarnation was great, if they couldn't immediately enter a safe environment and wait for the Divinity Devil's overture to take effect and return to their pinnacle, the only outcome would be death once again. Naturally, this wasn't something the primordial heart devil and the Earth Devil were willing to see, not to mention Yen Zhaoga. And the others, even the Buddhist and demon race experts outside, couldn't wait to see them perish once more. Yen Zhaoga swept his gaze around and saw the master and disciple, Su Fei and Shi Jun. While their expressions were filled with difficulty, they shook their heads slowly and resolutely. "This old man is very sincere." As the primordial heart devil was speaking, his voice suddenly paused. Yen Zhaoga's heart jolted, and he suddenly felt a change in the external environment. On the deck of the divine vessel, the expressions of Yen Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others changed. Within the boundless void outside, A shocking power manifested. Golden lamps shone, green lotuses bloomed, and majestic Buddhist chants resounded, shaking the boundless heavens and earth. The experts here, no matter if they were from the 9 underworlds, Buddhism, or the demon race, all slowed down their movements. This was because a Buddha, an expert equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, had descended. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Buddha who had descended upon this world. Even a top-notch demon race, small, saint-like Phloaz's aura was weakened. Other than the southern extremity longevity emperor, who was being held back, another Taoism expert from another faction had interfered. Gao Qingxian and the others knew that something was amiss. They continued flying on their swords, intending to distance themselves from the other party. However, the glass-like Buddha light had already enveloped them. The radiance seemed to be everywhere, surpassing the concept of time and space. No matter how fast the dark red sword could shift through space, it was still struck by the Buddha light. As if a giant hand had descended from the skies, it slammed onto the dark red light sword. Amidst intense tremors, the dark red radiance shattered. At the instant of contact, the scenery in front of everyone's eyes changed. A golden Buddha appeared above the green lotus. He had 20 heads and 18 arms. He was holding onto various treasures, such as an umbrella cover, a flower pot, a fish intestines, a pestle, a treasured file, a golden bell, a golden bow, a silver halberd, a banner, and other treasures. Above his head, a golden cloud with fish scales appeared. A lamp was held on top of the golden cloud, and a sarira could be seen within the lamp's flames. Victorious fighting Buddha. Feng Yunqing's tone was complicated. 210. Chapter 1450. Grand heavenly immortals lived in all time and space and were eternally free. Hence, people often referred to them as the grand heavenly immortal body. Many of its wonders were indescribable, apart from being famous for cultivating with the world and living as long as heaven and earth. Grand heavenly immortals were omnipresent in most situations, even jumping out of the river of time, and were difficult to fathom. There was a saying among the people that jumped out of the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements. However, because there was a Tao realm mighty figure above them, many of the miraculous profundities of grand heavenly realm experts were only occasionally revealed and rarely revealed. The Tao realm itself was the Tao, and grand heavenly immortals were the closest to the Tao. In some situations, they were equivalent to the Tao or even beyond it, which was why they had many wonders that others could not understand. However, the rest of the time, they were most closely affected by the Tao, or in other words, the existence that was most restrained. The profundity of it was extremely profound. Just like how grand virtual realm powerhouses could cancel each other's sonorous voice of the Tao, when grand heavenly immortals clashed, they could usually cancel each other's wonders as well. For example, the wonders that transcended time and space. The great sage of the demon race, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was feared by others because he was extremely omnipresent in front of other grand heavenly immortals, as if he resided in all the wonders of creation. Hence, in a direct comparison, he was much faster than most grand heavenly immortals. Apart from the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, there were a few other top-notch almighty experts who were also superior to grand heavenly immortals in a certain Tao or more principles. As a result, they were exceptionally powerful and became legendary figures. For example, Kong Xian, the great peacock sage of the ancient investitures of the gods. His 5-colored divine radiance looked down upon all living beings, and countless grand heavenly immortals were defeated by him in a single move, including all the powerhouses in the past and present. Regardless of the ranking, the old peacock was firmly in the top 3 below Tao realm. However, that was a battle between grand heavenly immortals. For those below grand heavenly immortals were invisible, indescribable, and indescribable existences. When grand heavenly immortals descended, most of the time they would only see a worldly phenomenon, unable to see their true appearance. When the water demon was resurrected, the demon Venerable descended and manifested a demon realm that was similar to the 9 underworlds. When the 9-headed bug arrived, it was also a patch of white light that split the heavens and earth. Because Feng Yunsheng had fought with them to a certain extent, she had lowered their mysticism and made their appearances more concrete and real. At the same time that the Buddha's attack struck the huge dark red sword, everyone on the ship was able to see his appearance. It was the victorious fighting Buddha. Initially, he lived in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Middle Era, he entered the Western Pure Lands to cultivate. Now, he had resurfaced along with the group of Buddhas. After he appeared, he didn't make any other movements. He simply struck out with his palm. Strangely enough, the dark red giant sword that could not be blocked by the demon Venerable's small saints, and Bodhisattvas could not catch up to it, and could not block it, had nowhere to hide in front of the Buddha's palm. It wasn't that Gao Qingxian and the others were slow. It was just that his opponent was faster. Or it should be said that no matter where the dark red greatsword went, there would always be a Buddha's palm waiting for it. Therefore, speed and slowness lost their meaning. As the two sides clashed, the dark red sword lights instantly dissipated. Although Yan Di and the others intended to help, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The difference in their cultivation was too huge. A profound immortal's immortal aura was nothing to a heavenly immortal's immortal aura. Among everyone present, only Feng Yunsheng and Ling Qing could help Gao Qingxian. Unfortunately, they were all alone and couldn't defeat the victorious fighting Buddha's prowess. Feng Yunsheng temporarily let go of her worries and focused on what was in front of her. The devilish bluish-black flames in her eyes suddenly flourished, allowing her to protect the ship from being destroyed in time. However, as a result, ferocious flames surged within her eyes. They were restless yet ice-cold, as if she was gradually losing her emotions as a human. Namo Amitabha. A Buddhist chant resounded from the void. My Buddha is merciful. How could you endure the descent of the Dharma apocalypse? If you didn't come, you wouldn't be here, answered Feng Yunsheng coldly. Black lights constantly flickered above her head. 2 clusters of lights were faintly discernible. During the battle against the water devil, she had fought with her full strength for too long. Although she wasn't exhausted, her mental state was already on the verge of losing balance. If she were to go all out now, the devilish intent in her heart would only grow stronger. However, under the premise that she didn't have any better ideas, she never lacked the determination to fight. I came here to ferry the female bodhisattva to the Western paradise. The Buddha who sat on the green lotus was neither anxious nor impatient. His appearance was solemn. His 18 arms spread out and gathered towards the center. Boundless Buddhist lights transformed into the brightly lit womb realm, trapping Feng Yunsheng in the center. The chanting of the Buddha continued, causing Feng Yunsheng to feel a sense of peace and joy. Within the womb realm, she couldn't help but want to put down the saber in her hand and return to peace and happiness. While the victorious fighting Buddha was trying to ferry Feng Yunsheng, he was also trying to obstruct her path towards the origin heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if Feng Yunsheng insisted on breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm, a great battle would ensue. Although the victorious fighting Buddha was strong, he couldn't control the outcome of the battle against the grand heavenly realm's doomsday saber. Feng Yunsheng was shocked. She knew that this was because she had always been vigilant against the devilish, intense growth. She wanted to control the devilish saber instead of being controlled by it. This was her conviction and determination as a martial arts practitioner. However, at this moment, she was being used by Buddhism. Buddhism and devilish intent were currently opposing each other. Both were fighting for Feng Yunsheng and repelling the other. If Feng Yunsheng wanted to protect her heart, she would have to resist the influence of both sides. Moreover, the roots of both parties were much thicker than hers. How could it be easy to divert the trouble and reap the spoils from both sides? However, the white-clothed woman quickly stabilized her state of mind and resisted the erosion of both sides. In the past, she was only a seeing divinity martial saint, but she was already contending against the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Xuanhua's will. After years of tempering, her soul was already firm and resolute. It was as if it was made of steel. Just now, she had to rely on the devilish intent, which was why she was struggling. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng maintained her composure and changed the way she fought. She was trying to drag the victorious fighting Buddha into the battle. Her opponent was a grand heavenly realm with shocking strength and profound profundities. However, if you want to ferry me, you'll have to fight me in another battlefield. You won't have that many advantages in this domain. Namo Amitabha. The victorious fighting Buddha immediately noticed the changes. Female Bodhisattva is indeed extraordinary. As he chanted the Buddha's name, the Saraira in the golden lamp above his head suddenly flew out. 21,010. Chapter 1451. The victorious fighting Buddha's goal was to bring Feng Yunsheng away. Not only did he want to suppress Feng Yunsheng, but he also wanted to prevent Feng Yunsheng from crossing the origin heavenly tribulation. As a result, there were naturally many places where his hands and feet were tied. Although he was already a Buddha equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, it was still extremely difficult for him to suppress Feng Yunsheng. In the duo flowers converged crown, Feng Yunsheng was nearly invincible in the grand virtual realm. He would even be able to put up a fight against a grand heavenly realm expert. If it wasn't for Feng Yunsheng expending too much energy in the battle against the water devil, causing her to be unable to unleash her full strength, even if the victorious fighting Buddha could defeat her, he wouldn't be able to capture and suppress her, let alone forcefully stopping her from crossing the origin heavenly tribulation. Buddhism's supreme arts were proficient in both physical and mental cultivation. As such, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't mind competing with Feng Yunsheng on the mental level. Although he knew that Feng Yunsheng's cultivation was still low, she was able to defeat Jian Xuanhua, who had long become an immortal. She was also able to withstand the doomsday heavenly devil's authority and maintain a clear mind. However, only after exchanging blows with her did he truly realize how outstanding she was in this aspect. After realizing this, the victorious fighting Buddha chanted and released the Saraira held by the golden lamp above his head. Then he sat cross-legged, chanted the sutras, and spread his arms wide. As green lotuses bloomed, a Buddhist land manifested and suppressed Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng stabilized her mind and stood still, resisting against the victorious fighting Buddha's suppression. However, the relic that flew away still affected her mind more or less. The dark red sword light that had fused with the divine ship was struck down by the victorious fighting Buddha's palm. The other pursuers, be it Buddhism, demon race, or the 9 underworlds, all caught up like a tidal wave. Gao Qingxuan's complexion was pale, and her aura was slightly weak. However, her expression was solemn. She combined her main body and clone swords and unleashed the immortal trapping sword once again, intending to break out of the encirclement. However, the victorious fighting Buddha's Saraira flew over, its radiance locking the divine ship in place. On the divine ship, a layer of crystal-clear radiance appeared, obstructing Gao Qingxuan's immortal trapping sword from fusing with the divine ship. They were unable to move, and the surrounding enemies immediately surrounded them. While the victorious fighting Buddha's target was Feng Yunsheng, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill Yan Zhaoge and the others as well. What's more, the ship being left at the side would disturb Feng Yunsheng's mind. As expected, Feng Yunsheng revealed an anxious expression when she saw that scene. However, she forced herself to calm down, and her expression quickly returned to normal. She had to persevere and not lose to the victorious fighting Buddha in a spiritual battle, taking 10,000 steps back. Even if they lost, they wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Otherwise, if this expert, who was equivalent to a Taoism grand, heavenly immortal, had the time to focus on dealing with Yan Zhaoge and the others, it would be a disaster. Enveloped by the victorious fighting Buddhas, Sarira's Buddha light, Gao Qingxian, and the others couldn't increase their speed. However, the control of the giant ship was still in their hands. They could control the ship to continue moving and retreating as they fought. However, once he slowed down, the enemies would be able to catch up and attack him. Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the other Taoism experts tried to obstruct them. However, they still felt that they were outnumbered and alone. However, the ferocious great devil's aura within the ship's hold suddenly dimmed down. Within the ship's hold, a clump of lights flickered under the withered tree. Within the clump of lights, the primordial heart devil, who was using Ing Yuzhen's mouth to speak, let out a groan. The black radiance within Ing Yuzhen's eye sockets quickly faded away, transforming into 5-colored smoke that rose up. The smoke became fainter and fainter, and gradually dissipated. It seemed like she was running out of steam. Shi Jun and Xue Fei immediately felt that the heart devil's disturbance towards them was weakening. Victorious fighting, Buddha, the primordial heart devil's tone, was filled with complexity. The southern extremity longevity emperor was being held back, and he couldn't take care of Yan Zhaoge and the others in time. This gave the primordial heart devil an opportunity to invade. Logically speaking, the victorious fighting Buddha's descent to subdue Feng Yunsheng was disadvantageous to Taoism. He released his Sarira and stabilized the ship, giving the others, including the group of 9 underworld's evil devils, the chance to attack Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, the Sarira's Buddha light also isolated the primordial heart devil's infiltration to a certain extent. The entanglement within made the group of great devils feel so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The Buddhists and the demon race didn't care whether the earth devil could successfully revive or not. To them, not letting Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen leave this place alive was the right thing to do, regardless of whether they were humans or devils. The group of 9 underworld's great devils could only crazily attack the defensive line established by Yan Di and the others in an attempt to bring Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen away. Within the cabin, Yan Zhaoge rushed to Shi Jun and Xue Fei's back. Then, he slammed his hands on their backs. Xue Fei took out the earth-splitting pearl and slammed it towards Ing Yuzhen's head. The blackish-yellow devilish radiance instantly dimmed. Shi Jun regained his composure and immediately retaliated against Devil Monarch Zhong Yuan with Yan Zhaoge's help. Without the primordial heart devil's assistance, the scales of victory shifted once again. The tables were instantly turned. Previously, due to the primordial heart devil, Shi Jun and the others, who originally had victory within their grasp, instantly fell from the clouds into a swamp, slipping towards the edge of defeat. Now that the tables were turned, Shi Jun and the others immediately soared into the skies and returned to the skies. In fact, they were even closer to success than when they had the greatest advantage. However, before Yan Zhaoge could reveal a joyous expression, their surroundings trembled intensely, as if the end of the world had arrived. Outside, the Buddhists, the 9 underworlds, and the demon race were besieging them. Yen Di and the others refused to retreat and persisted in resisting. The 3 sides had their own agendas, let alone cooperating. They were even attacking each other. However, the 3 sides were all staring at the divine vessel. Experts were as numerous as the clouds, and there were even top-notch experts like Fuluazi among them. In the end, Taoism's defensive line was broken through. A 9 underworld's great devil's bombardment caused the ship to shatter into pieces. The pond within the cabin also crumbled along with it. A large amount of debris and dust drifted far away, including the withered old tree. "Hold on for a little longer," yelled Yendi. Everyone could feel the earth devil and devil monarch Zhong Yuan's auras gradually weakening. If they held on for a little longer, the 2 devils would be sealed, and the devilish seal would be removed. By then, they wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Without the devilish seal revealing their whereabouts, it would be much easier for them to escape. The group fought as they retreated, protecting the withered old tree and obstructing the waves of enemies. With Fuluazi and the other grand virtual realm experts holding them back, the weaker demons and Buddhist Bantis found an opening and pounced towards the withered tree. Just as the foremost Buddhist Arhat neared the withered tree, a radiance suddenly flashed before his eyes. Someone had appeared. The newcomer was Yen Zhaoga. With a palm strike, the Arhat was sent flying. 20,110. Chapter 1452. Vajra's enraged gaze. Arhat subduing devils. The ferocious Buddhist martial art couldn't withstand Yen Zhaoga's palm and was forced to retreat. His domineering aura dimmed the arrogance of the people surrounding him. Watching the withered old tree drift in the void of the universe and gradually disappear into the distance, the great demons were burning with anxiety. The earth devil and devil monarch Zhong Yuan's auras were getting weaker and weaker. They were only a step away from being sealed. The devils were no longer able to lock onto Shijun and the others' location with their devilish intent. Although they had escaped the victorious fighting Buddha's Sarira radiance, the primordial heart devil couldn't affect Shijun, and Inyushin if he didn't descend personally. The great devils attempted to break through Yen Zhaoga's final line of defense and chase after Shijun and the others. On the other hand, the demon race and Buddhist experts had different thoughts. Their plan was to kill Shijun and Inyushin as great devils, regardless of whether they became great devils or not. This would completely eliminate all future troubles. However, seeing as the devils were already suppressed, their desire to kill Shijun and Inyushin wasn't as urgent anymore. If Shijun and Inyushin were right in front of them, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. However, Shijun and the others were gradually disappearing. The demon race and Buddhist experts couldn't help but think about it. After all, they still had a target in front of them. Yen Zhaoga and the Pill Hall. The Pill Hall had been in Yen Zhaoga's possession for so many years. Not much of the pill chi and completed pills remained. However, the Pill Hall itself was still extremely valuable. Everything else aside, the 9 underworlds already had countless advantages and benefits from its fresh pill refinement. It was sufficient to tempt even grand, heavenly realm experts. To the Buddhist Bantis, the victorious fighting Buddha's attempt to suppress and capture Feng Yunsheng was also a top priority. As such, some of the Buddhist Bantis and demon race experts shifted their attention to Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga remained fearless. He swept his sword and struck out with his palms, fighting against the great devils alone. Amidst the roars of dragons and tigers, he even broke out of the encirclement and chased after the great devils who intended to look for Shijun and the others. The other side had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Yen Zhaoga did not hesitate as he tapped out with his finger executing the 1 Qi 3 purities technique of the grand commencement divine finger. 3 clones that were identical in appearance to him immediately leapt out, while there were differences in strength. With the 4 Yen Zhaoga joining hands and charging forward together, they actually resembled an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses. The 4 of them performed the Tai fist in exactly the same way. The iron fist that seemed to occupy all space and time swept through everyone, and even though many mysterious immortal realm experts weren't injured, they were still forced to stop moving. Seeing that the withered old tree had completely disappeared without a trace, the group of demons was furious and roared in unison. However, this also angered the grand virtual realm devil monarch. Their enemies had joined forces with 3 parties: Yan Di, Gao Qingxian, Ling Qing, and the others weren't able to obstruct them all. As the intense battle went on for a long time, it was inevitable that some of them would slip through the net. The Devil Monarch's speed was extremely fast, and it wasn't any inferior to the golden-winged great rock race's Fuluazi. Even Gao Qingxian, who was the fastest on Taoism's side, couldn't take care of the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch while keeping an eye on Fuluazi. After a few twists and turns, the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch still managed to find a loophole and broke through the Taoism expert's defensive line. His speed was too fast, and he had also achieved the 5 Qis unification. He wasn't afraid of a true immortal's immortal Qi, and immediately boosted his speed to the maximum. He didn't even want to care about Yen Zhaoga. He intended to go around them and chase after Su Fei, Shi Jun, and the others. While Yen Zhaoga's heart ached for the damage he might receive from the continuous exhaustion, he wouldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. He immediately retaliated and opened up the later Earth text. The Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation was activated, and the radiance of the formation patterns enveloped the area. It instantly sucked the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch in. At the same time, it was like a gigantic abyss whirlpool which sucked in the nearby opponents beneath grand virtual realm. They were like moths flying into a flame, and they were all sucked into the formation. The Twilight Mist Devil Monarch suddenly roared, and his strength turned from light to tyrannical. He tried to forcefully break free from the Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures array formation's shackles. Yen Zhaoga's talismans landed one after another, causing the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch to be unable to unleash his full strength. Unfortunately, after continuously activating the later Earth text, its strength was showing signs of weakening. As such, the gigantic formation became unstable, and it was being dragged along by the Great Devil. However, with this, the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch couldn't increase his speed at all. He couldn't even catch up to the drifting tree. The group of devils was enraged, and they roared madly. Yen Zhaoga also clenched his teeth and persevered. The battle between the two sides had already reached its climax. As time passed, Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's situation was undoubtedly getting better. However, the pressure on Yen Zhaoga, Yan Di, and Gao Qingxuan's side was increasing due to the increasing number of opponents. More and more enemies found Confucius and crossed the defensive line. Yen Zhaoga and the others were constantly chasing after them. They had to be especially wary of Fuluazi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch. Once the demon and devil overtook Yen Zhaoga and the others' interception, they would increase their speed and shake them off. It would be incomparably difficult to intercept them again. Among the Taoism experts present, only Gao Qingxian and her clone's dual sword amalgamation could compete with them in terms of speed. If both opponents broke through, it meant that at least one of them wouldn't be able to catch up to them. Amidst the intense battle, the worst-case scenario had really occurred. While Gao Qingxian and Yu Zhenbei were focused on their battle, their gazes suddenly flickered. Shock appeared on their faces, followed by joy. They were experienced in battles, and their emotions didn't fluctuate much. However, their opponents were, after all, experts with higher cultivation and strength than them. Even the slightest change would allow them to seize the opportunity. Fuluozi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch broke through Yanzhaoga and the other's defensive line and sprinted towards the distance. Looking at their departing silhouettes, Yanzhaoga and the others became anxious. On the other side, the victorious Fighting Buddha, who was busy contending against Feng Yunsheng, suddenly felt something. Half of his 20 Buddha heads turned around and looked towards Fuluozi's direction. As Fuluozi and the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch were sprinting, radiance suddenly rose in front of them. As the horrifying black radiance rampaged, a despairing aura of death manifested within the void. Looking from afar, the boundless cosmic void was pitch black to begin with. However, the black radiance seemed to be even more gloomy and cold, as if it was announcing the final destination of all life forms, eternal silence. Everything that was alive would return to death. Fuluozi was a great demon, while the Twilight Mist Devil Monarch was an infernal devil. The two experts' hands were stained with blood. However, at this moment, they felt suffocated in front of the black radiance. As the son of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Fuluozi was extremely knowledgeable. Looking at the black radiance that made him feel as if his life was withering, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Immortal Slaughtering Sword